It's okay. It's okay.
It's just...
You're gonna make me cry.
I think we will I think all of us who were there will carry this with us until our own deaths.
Cannes is a big thing for France 24, which covers the event in 4 languages with several daily broadcasts. I usually don't have that much time to see films when I'm there, but amongst the one that I've stuck in my mind in the last few years is Black Landsman by Spike Lee. It's a striking film against racism in the United States in which a black policeman infiltrates the Ku Klux Klan. It won the Festival Grand Prix in 2018.
I'm telling you, wars are coming.
Black power! Black power!
Knights of the Ku Klux Klan.
That's us, Stallworth brothers. We're on a roll, baby.
Spike Lee was due to be head of the jury this year. He would have been the first black man to hold that position in the festival history. But fans like me can be reassured he should be back next year with his president hat. So, see you then.
And you'll usually find me in news, reporting on Greece's enduring financial turmoil and protests, but also the refugee emergency, here on France 24.
Nathalie Savarikas, one of the 200 France 24 correspondents around the world.
We want accountability more than anyone, the words of the World Health Organization's Director General, as member states vote for an independent review of the body's COVID-19 response. This comes as the US president issues an ultimatum to the UN body: reforms or lose funding. British low-cost airline EasyJet reveals it's fallen victim to a cyber attack, putting in jeopardy the names and travel histories of 9 million customers and credit card details of over 2,000 people. And France's Scientific Advisory Board says the second round of municipal elections can go ahead nationwide in June. This if strict health and safety measures are put in place. Those were your world news headlines. You're watching France 24. Thank you for joining us. The US president says the World Health Organization needs to make substantial reforms in the next 30 days or face permanently losing US funding. Donald Trump accuses the organization of being too China-centric. The warning comes as the World Health Assembly wrapped up its annual conference. On the second and final day, member states voted unanimously for an independent review of the WHO's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Take a listen to the Director General.
I thank Member States for adopting the resolution which calls for an independent and comprehensive evaluation of the international response, including but not limited to WHO's performance. As always, WHO remains fully committed to transparency, accountability, and continuous improvement. We want accountability more than anyone.
The WHO works to expand health services around the world. If the US, its biggest financial contributor, pulls out its dollars, it would be a major blow to the UN body. For more on how the organization gets its funding, here's France 24's Shirley Sitbon.
The World Health Organization is funded by countries, institutions, and private donors. Roughly 20% of its budget comes from flexible funds, which include contributions from member states. Roughly 80% of the organization's budget comes from voluntary contributions from either countries or private investors. The U.S. is the top donor in both sources. It pays 22% of assessed contributions. In comparison, France pays less than 5%. According to estimates, the U.S. has paid over the past decade $3.5 billion to the UN body. The World Health Organization has used the money to expand health services across the world, often to regions that lack health professionals. The organization sends out experts to evaluate risks and publishes guidelines to deal with various epidemics and health issues. Critics have said it may not be entirely independent, with powerful member states trying to influence its actions, some citing China, others the U.S. As President Donald Trump vows to suspend U.S. funding of the organization, some say this threatens health initiatives and could hamper efforts to slow down pandemics. The U.S. says it will keep investing in health, including in the search of a coronavirus vaccine, but through U.S. institutions and labs.
It's called the Trump Death Clock. A new billboard on New York's famous Times Square counts the number of lives allegedly lost due to COVID-19 by Donald Trump's decisions. The filmmaker behind the project says he wanted to measure the cost in human lives by the president's, quote, recklessness in handling the pandemic. France 24 correspondent Jessica Lamizuri went to take a look.
I'm here in an eerily empty Times Square, and there's a new billboard. It's not advertising anything. It's the Trump Death Clock, and it projects the number of allegedly preventable deaths from coronavirus here in the United States. Its creator, Eugene Jarecki, a filmmaker, says that the clock, inspired by the national debt clock, measures the cost of the president's incompetence in human lives. It's based on a study by two prominent epidemiologists. They say that 60% or so of the deaths from the virus here in the US were entirely preventable.
If he'd closed it a week earlier, only about 5,600 people would have died, and 2 weeks earlier, it would have been in the hundreds. So there you go. Every person over that who dies, I guess we can see where the blame lays.
It's blood on his hands. I said it's blood on his hands. I can wait to get my roots done.
In this instance, with this disease and with the way things have progressed, the majority of it, unfortunately, rests on our government. There was not enough done. When you look at the news reports of people who were notified of the coming market crashes and cashed in on them versus protect the people that elected them to office, I think a lot of that stuff just leaves you with a very nauseating feeling in the pit of your stomach that what matters most is the money.
I think they've done a fantastic job. I think Trump had limited information, and we can probably blame China quite a bit, but he did everything he could with what he had. I think the economy, the breakdown of the economy may cause more deaths than the virus itself.
Don't forget, use your masks, please, okay? Together we will fight coronavirus. See you.
As New York City remains shut, the rate of infection continues to fall here. The Trump death clock may now tour other cities in the United States.
Moving next to Argentina, where there's been over 8,300 confirmed cases of COVID-19 and more than 380 deaths. It's in some of the worst off neighborhoods of the country.
To discuss potentially scheduling an update and a discussion of enforcement around social distancing and mask wearing. And so there wouldn't be any substance tonight. It would just be a potential scheduling item. So if there's any discussion or a motion to approve the amended agenda, I would entertain anything.
So moved. To approve it.
Okay, so I got Rachel moving, Mary seconding. Any objections to approving the amended agenda? Seeing none, that passes unanimously. And then we're on to open comment. Let me pull up my list here. Okay, and so for open comment, each speaker will get 2 minutes. And we have, I believe, 13 speakers on my list. And we will start with Stephen Heidel, followed by Sarah Dawn Haynes and Patrick Murphy. Stephen?
Okay, let me just find him in the list, Sam, and allow him to speak. Bear with me for one moment, please. Okay, Stephen, you're on the air. You may need to unmute yourself.
Okay, this is Stephen. Actually, Sam, your two agenda items wasn't talked to open comment. Might sound a little weird. I'm actually out in the mask. I thought we were doing the briefing first, so I got caught.
Stephen,
Sorry.
you've muted yourself. Can you unmute yourself? We can't hear you.
Oh, there we go. Sorry about that.
There you go. Okay.
So I'm out on the Boulder Creek path, and I'd say about a third of the people, hikers, walkers, do not have a mask or face covering with them. And then seeing the pictures from Evans Fine Park last night, I think it's time to start fining. This little soft warnings is not working. So when y'all discuss that later, it's maybe time to move to the next phase of enforcement. The other one I was talking about, the restaurants. I think it's great. We're working on opening up restaurants. I think maybe a few suggestions on how to do it is one, to try to make reservation or suggest reservation only for restaurants, and to do staggered reservations. So you go online and get a 2:20 time slot or a 2:30 time slot. This will allow people not to have to wait outside a restaurant or the waiting area of a restaurant. And also could give the restaurant, you could have 55 minutes and they have time to clean. The other thing is changing bouncers from checking IDs and alcohol to checking for mask and maybe temperature. So, but thanks for taking that on, and hopefully we can get them opened up. Thanks.
Thank you, Stephen. Next, I have Sarah Dawn Haynes, Patrick Murphy, and Mark Gelband. Sarah Dawn?
Sarah Dawn, you're on the air. You may need to unmute yourself.
Thank you. Good evening. This is Sarah Dawn with Bedrooms for People, a group trying to reform discriminatory occupancy limits. You can sign up for our petition and everything that I'm going to say is found on our website, bedroomsareforpeople.com. I've recently been reading the 1999 City of Boulder Toolkit for Affordable Housing, the 2000 and the 2010 Affordable Housing Task Force recommendations. And in all these reports, we find that raising occupancy limits is encouraged to meet the city's goals, but we haven't done it. Despite how it will reduce costs for single parents and low-income folks, it will expand the choices available to families, retirees, and elders searching for ways to live in Boulder affordably. And it will lower barriers for people who want to live together out of a desire for community, sustainability, equity, and mutual support. The more people who live in this city can bike and walk to school, it'll help our traffic, because 20 is plenty. Maybe more directly, this effort would make existing unoccupied bedrooms available for habitation, so we can make more out of our existing housing stock with no increased construction. Families are exempt from occupancy limits, and while families could share a house according to its taste or needs, it means that everybody else impacted by race, class, and age are disproportionately impacted by overly restrictive occupancy policies. This is a major justice issue and an opportunity for us to meet long-term goals that we're overdue for. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah Dawn. Patrick Murphy, Mark Gelband, and then Lynn Siegel. Patrick, you're up.
Patrick, you're on the air.
My name is Patrick Murphy. I live in Boulder. The Muni has taken too much time, too much money, provided us with promises with no price tags and no estimates of major costs. We need to end it now and let real carbon reduction begin now. The two critical votes directly on the Muni have been statistically 50-50. The last critical vote that gave the Muni a $7 million bonus for such good work was approved by a vote of less than 52% to more than 48%. And that rhymes with Pizzagate. We can achieve all our carbon reduction goals, energy reliability and resilience, much better with Excel than we can with the municipal utility. Our current water utility has not been reliable or resilient and has raised rates as much as 87% because we were not reliable, resilient, or well maintained. And then there's stranded cost, which has been treated as zero, and yet analysis, according to city manager, shows the Muni is viable. It isn't. It's a zombie, not dead, but not living. corona is killing us, making us sick, and causing the least of us to suffer the most. In spite of this, End the Muni has collected over 1,000 signatures in a world that makes democracy an act of courage.
Patrick, you're muted. There you go.
Unwilling to let us vote without risking our lives. I've held the arms of the elderly from Fraser Meadows who are struggling with their walkers to push across the grass to our signing table. I've seen moms with their kids on bikes show up. You need to recalibrate the success criteria for petitions and accept something far less than the old criteria, perhaps 1,000 or 1,500 signatures. Let us vote. Let us stay safe at home. Let democracy breathe. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Mark Gelband, Lynn Siegel, and then Leslie Lustrom. Mark, you're up.
Mark, you're on the air. You may need to unmute. Mark Gelband.
See
I'm going
Mark.
to unmute for you to see if that helps. You should be speaking now.
Okay, he might not be ready because he may think COVID briefing is going on with response. So we'll go ahead and skip Mark. We'll come back at the end and see if he's on. We have Lynn Siegel, Leslie Glustrom, and Evan Freireich. Lynn?
Lynn, you're on the air.
And Lynn, there you go.
Yeah, I was looking for the unmute, but it just came on that instant. Number one, the municipal long after negotiations with Excel are over. As far as stranded costs, the city of Boulder has been, because we aren't in a franchise agreement.
Lynn, we're having a very hard time hearing you. You may want to speak closer to your microphone.
Thank you. Yeah. Because we are out of franchise, we've lost undergrounding for many years now. We've clearly been wanting to get out of Excel. And as a result, stranded costs are less relevant to us. And if we go back with Excel now, I mean, I know, Sam, that part of the agreement would be we get our undergrounding back, but there's just no way that they can do microgrids, storage, solar plus storage, and transactive energy. There's no way that they can do that. And if they could anyway, we ought to be doing it ourselves because we are an independent entity and we are not beholden to our shareholders. We're beholden to our stakeholders. I wanted to say something about pre-existing housing and the intense demand for housing with the city and with COVID now. And I think that there needs to be some kind of supplementation for individuals that are trying to make ADUs, and ways for them to get people to stay there. Airbnb deactivated me, so I don't really, even though I spent $30,000 in my outbuilding, which is not an ADU yet, nobody's in there and it's wasted space. And yet we're building new places all over and those are expensive. And there needs to be better help in that respect. Thanks.
Thank you, Lynn. We have Leslie Glustrom, Evan Freireich, and Eric Budd. Leslie, you're up.
Leslie, you're live.
Yeah,
thank you.
There you go.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and council members, and for all your work, as always. Very much appreciated. I'm responding towards the end of the meeting last week. We heard from the mayor that Mayor Weaver and Mayor Pro Tem Yates are in discussions with Excel, and I just wanted to say thank you to both of them and to the council. I think talking to Excel is very important as we worry about addressing the coming climate crisis. It's a huge typhoon bearing down on northern India. You may know millions of people being evacuated while they also deal with COVID. So moving the thinking of the utility industry is very, very important. I feel like we have two very strong negotiators. I also believe that citizens should be very involved, that the public process shouldn't be separate from the negotiations. If Excel have a relationship with us, they should be prepared to sit down with the community. That's what most businesses do, is they talk to their customers. But monopolies have gotten out of the habit of talking to their customers, and they find it quite something. And I think they need to get over that. So I'll be honest, I've been around this. I've seen this happen. We had the 2005 to 2010 franchise negotiations, the 2013-14 XL Boulder Working Group, the 2016-17 settlement negotiations. All of them ended up with words, many, many words, but no actions that were quantifiable and enforceable. And so I just would like to ask the negotiators to first open up the process, embed the citizens in the process. Don't have a separate process, have an embedded process. And two, make sure that whatever you bring us is quantifiable and enforceable. And again, thank you for the efforts. It's really important to move their thinking, and this is the best way to do it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Leslie. So now we have Evan Fryrick, Eric Budd, and Devin Reynolds. Evan, you're up.
Evan, you're on the air. You may need to unmute.
Okay, I did. Honorable Counsel, I wrote to you earlier today with a rather pessimistic and cynical view of XL's desire to have settlement negotiations in the midst of the pandemic. I called them pandemic bullies. With city budgets strained, I believe XL saw an opportunity. And after all, if XL has slightly reduced revenues due to the pandemic, they will go to the Public Utilities Commission to make up the difference. They're probably recession-proof. They were able to pay their investors consistent, unreduced dividends during the 2008 Great Recession, and have only increased them since then. I don't think XL reaching out to Bob Yates is a coincidence. I believe they wanted to offer something to their most sympathetic ear on council so he could gain greater authority in relation to the issue. He probably at times has felt like the lone wolf in his opposition. I am not criticizing Councilman Yates. I believe he's been true to his beliefs. I basically bring this up because I think that XL is trying to take advantage of that. Voters have time and again supported the Muni. Our representatives based upon their candidate positions last election were rewarded if they supported the Muni. I think that we should broaden our negotiating team and add another member who better reflects the voters' support for the Muni. Suzanne Jones, our former mayor, might be a good choice. I think the current mayor can come up with another person. I still believe a short negotiation that does not delay our litigation is worth doing. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Evan. Next we have Eric Budd, then Devin Reynolds, and then Crystal Gray. Eric, you're up.
Eric, you should be able to unmute.
Erica, there you go.
I'm unmuted now. Hello, my name is Eric Budd. I live in Boulder. I'm with Bedrooms Are for People, and we are working to reform Boulder's discriminatory occupancy limits. You can join our list to sign our petition at bedroomsareforpeople.com. Earlier, Sarah Dawn Haynes talked about the importance of our initiative to improve housing affordability and to protect people in Boulder from eviction due to occupancy laws. I want to talk about why this is urgent. For weeks, council people Weaver and Young have told us that the issues of affordable housing and eviction are not urgent. After the immediate problem of the virus fades, our economic problems may be with us for months or years. I reject Plan Boulder County's position on our ballot measure. Plan Boulder said, please don't burden us with this unnecessary distraction. I say, people facing high rents and unstable housing are not a distraction. Plan Boulder said, none of these initiatives are dealing with an emergency. I say, likely evictions and their effects are an emergency. Plan Boulder said, let us postpone them and these ballot measures until 2021 when we can have a full public discussion and voting by an informed public. I say, we're asking for a public process and a public vote in 2020 when voter turnout will be nearing 90%. In a year where a pandemic threatens the health and safety of our community, we're just asking for you to make democracy safe and possible. We are requesting that Council put our measure on the ballot with a reduced number of signatures. As we lost 38 days due to the stay-at-home orders and the unavailability of people now due to social distancing and public health, we are requesting that Council place our measure on the ballot when we reach 50% of the required signatures. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eric. Next, Devin Reynolds, Crystal Gray, and Chelsea Castellano. Devin?
Hi, my name's Devin. I'm a PhD student in the Environmental Studies program at CU Boulder. I'm here tonight, along with some other folks I've heard, to address this negotiation that Council is having with Xcel Energy about a contract. And I'm joining others also in expressing concern about renewing this relationship, especially in the process where this sounds like closed door meetings, and the lack of democratic process that seems to be happening to me. So I'm here to ask you all to ensure that the decision-making process around the city's electricity, and in particular talks with a corporate monopoly like Xcel, that's really not concerned about people on the ground. I'd ask you to engage from day one, or it sounds like from day two in this case, with people in the community, and especially low-income people, people of color, and other marginalized groups who are going to be most affected by any rate changes that may occur, or and most affected by this sort of essential part of the cost of living in Boulder. So as we know, I know you all are committed, and part of these talks is because you are committed to sustainable energy in Boulder. But the International Panel on Climate Change, Intergovernmental Panel, sorry, has shown that unless we maintain a focus on justice in our attempts to transition our energy systems, we're going to end up with lovely, sustainable havens that shelter only the most privileged among us. So I hope that we can avoid worsening the climate injustice that already plagues this world, and do all of these processes in a way that includes everyone.
Thank you, Devin. Next up, we have Crystal Gray, Chelsea Castellano, and Charlotte Pitts. Crystal, you're up.
Hi, council members. Can you? Oh, great. So thank you very much for facilitating this public comment. It was always my favorite thing listening to public comment when I served on council from 2003 to 2011. So I support your efforts to respond to Xcel, just as I would support you responding to NOAA, IBM, or Ball Brothers. It is the role of public officials to respond to your constituents. So what I'd like you to do is go into the Xcel discussions with an understanding of what can and can't be accomplished under a franchise and continued PUC regulation. No matter who is employed at Xcel, it is still a regulated investor-owned utility. Here are a few lessons we learned when I was on council. First of all, the manager told us in 2004 we'd probably be looking at a franchise during our tenure. That was true. In 2004, in the state election for the nation's first renewable energy requirement, it was passed by state voters. Xcel opposed it. In 2007, Xcel asked us to pause discussions with Xcel so they could do smart grid. It failed. They said there'd be no cost. They went to the PUC, and we're stuck with $29 million. And finally, the straw that broke the camel's back, 2010, Xcel proposed a wind deal in exchange for a franchise, but our finance department said we could not afford it. Then we put the municipalization issue on the ballot. It passed. So your job is to ask questions and listen to comments. And thank you very much for hearing the public.
Great, thank you, Crystal. Next, we have Chelsea Castellano, Charlotte Pitts, and Alana Wilson. So Chelsea, you're up.
Chelsea Castellano, Boulder. This past week, Governor Polis demonstrated true leadership in the statements he made and the actions he took. Polis said, quote, "Access to our ballot, while it's inconvenient for our office holders, because as governor, I don't like many of these initiatives, it's not up to us. It's about you and the right of the people to petition something onto the ballot," end quote. We wholeheartedly support the intent of Polis's executive order, but we don't yet have guidance on how and when Boulder will implement it. Time is running out, and only you have the power to immediately demonstrate similar leadership and resolve this issue in Boulder. When asked how Polis feels about his hometown of Boulder declining to allow digital signature collection by ballot petitioners, his office responded that, quote, "The governor was elected to represent and serve our entire state, and he is taking action to safeguard our democracy during this unprecedented pandemic. This executive order does not pertain to local ballot measures, but the governor encourages local governments to find a way to honor the constitutional right to petition during the pandemic," end quote. You all were also elected to represent and serve our entire community. So you have a responsibility to take swift action to protect our democracy by quickly finding a way to honor the constitutional right to petition. You are not in this alone. There are fair and equitable ways to maintain the intent of our city's rules while adapting for the new health challenges our entire community faces due to this unprecedented pandemic. My friend and fellow organizer will now introduce one of the solutions available to you.
Sam, I think that's the next speaker.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you, Chelsea. And we have Charlotte Pitts and Alana Wilson. Charlotte?
Can you hear me?
We can.
Awesome. All right. Good evening, Council. My name is Charlotte Pitts. Firstly, I thank each and every one of you for your commitment to the health and safety of our community in these uncertain and trying times. Like Chelsea, I've been working on the Bedrooms Are for People campaign. The reason why campaigns have extensive time to collect signatures is to ensure that they have a fair opportunity to get their initiative on the ballot. While nobody is to blame for COVID-19, we believe that to not recognize the time lost is to unfairly eliminate citizens' rights to petition and to place measures on the ballot. For 6 weeks, campaigns could not collect signatures without violating Boulder County's stay-at-home order. 3 campaigns were supposed to be collecting signatures during these weeks, but lost time granted to them by law to exercise their right to direct democracy. The number of signatures required should therefore be prorated to reflect the amount of time a campaign had to safely collect signatures. For example, if a campaign originally had to collect 4,200 signatures in 12 weeks and lost 6 weeks due to the stay-at-home order, City Council should lower the standard to 2,100 signatures to match the original ratio of signatures to time. This is a fair and pragmatic legislative solution that the City Council can implement. This is the standard that our Secretary of State, Jenna Griswold, proposed as a solution to candidates who are trying to petition onto the Democratic primary ballot for U.S. Senate. City Council members only had to collect 25 signatures to place their name on the ballot, and you would too be frustrated if you could not collect the requisite signatures due to a pandemic. As you all consider solutions, please empathize with organizers and accommodate their right to direct democracy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Charlotte. And the last speaker is Alana Wilson, and then we'll come back to Mark Gelben. Alana?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi, my name is Elena Wilson, and I'm also with Bedrooms Are for People. And yes, we are working to reform discriminatory occupancy limits. Please sign up to sign our petition at bedroomsareforpeople.com. We continue to cautiously but committedly out in public to collect in-person signatures to get this measure, which will help materially address our housing crisis, on the ballot. We now face a delicate dance of recruiting people to come interact with us while respecting the dejected apologies that reveal folks who would otherwise engage are not comfortable with the paper petition. I want to highlight our plight in the context of the relief Governor Polis has ordered for state initiatives to provide a safe alternative to in-person petitioning. Quote, "Because there is a public health emergency that makes normal petition gathering next to impossible, it was absolutely critical that we honor the right of the people by creating a way that is consistent with our constitutional principle of the right to petition and meets the needs of this public health environment, end quote. I echo the governor's words as a reminder that you, our elected representatives, also have the power, and I hope feel a responsibility to also help, not hinder, democracy in these trying times. We are here tonight to continue making that ask of you, to facilitate ballot access for citizen-led ballot measures while protecting the coexistence of democracy and public health. We believe the most fair option, based on different timing of different initiatives, as Charlotte described, is to prorate signature requirements based on time lost due to the stay-at-home order, and additionally prorate to account for ongoing isolation and social distancing. Thank you very much for your consideration and for your service.
Thank you, Alana. That finishes our open comment, but we have one person that was skipped over. That's Mark Gelban. Mark, if you're on the line, you have 2 minutes.
Mark, you should be able to unmute yourself now if it's working on your computer. I'm going to unmute you, try to unmute you manually from this end, since it appears you're having some trouble. Okay, Mark, it looks to me like you can speak on our end. Can you try? Mark, this suggests that your microphone is not working.
So I'm going to say that we have technical difficulties. Mark, if you'd like, as always, you can send an email to council@bouldercolorado.gov. In fact, anybody can. If you didn't have enough time during open comment, you got cut off at 2 minutes, send us the entirety of what you were hoping to say. If it was going to take longer, to council@bouldercolorado.gov. I'll now
Mark is also on the call-in list for public hearings. So between now and then, I will try to get him a call-in number so that he can be back into the meeting, hopefully for public hearing in a way that works.
Sounds good. So I'll turn now to our staff, city manager and city attorney, to see if they have any response to open comment.
Thank you, Sam. The first speaker tonight made some comments about the situation on Boulder Creek, and in particular, Eben G. Fine Park. I want you and the council and the community to know that we are aware of this situation, that our police chief and Parks and Recreation director have been working together to address it. A number of tickets were written today for open container, and tomorrow we actually have a meeting scheduled with Jeff Zayak to discuss our upcoming approach to it. So there'll be more information to come after that conversation tomorrow. Thanks.
Thank you, Jane. Tom?
I just wanted to remind folks that the CAC has scheduled a discussion of online petitioning or petitioning and the effect of the governor's order for next week, next Tuesday night. I will note that several speakers asked for council to change the number of signatures required. You do not have the authority to do that. The number of signatures required is set in the charter. You cannot change that. You could, of course, put things on your ballot as your own measures, but you cannot change the number of signatures or the due date for that matter. Both of those things are in the charter.
Thank you, Tom. And so we will turn to council. I have Aaron's hand up, which may be the colloquy. Aaron?
Well, one speaker was talking about the negotiators with Excel. I just want to make sure that everybody listening to the meeting knows that there are 2 negotiators and 2 folks from council on the sessions. That's Bob Yates as well as Mayor Sam Weaver. So in case anyone wasn't sure based on those comments.
Thank you, Aaron. Any other comments from council? Okay, seeing none, I have one as well, and it relates to the Excel discussions. There was a report in the paper that discussions had been ongoing since January. That's not really the case. Just to set the level set here, Bob and I met with Alice Jackson, the CEO of Excel Colorado, also called Public Service Company, or PSCO. We had that meeting early January, first week of January, and did not get together again in any format until April 20th. And so in the month since April 20th, for what it's worth, there have been 7 total meetings involving some Excel representatives and some Boulder representatives in one format or another. So we're meeting about twice a week at the moment for the last month. So that's really kind of the duration. We talked about this last week. So we are starting to engage for public input, and we've received a lot. So thank you to everyone who's written us emails and who testified tonight. So we started that engagement after 3 weeks of kind of preliminary discussions to see if there was any there and any way to have a conversation. And so we will work to engage the public as deeply as we can in our conversations with the Excel folks. We have put out there, and they have been receptive to when we have public engagement events, that they will be there to at least listen and perhaps to participate as well. We haven't lined that completely out, but I just want to say to everyone who's listening to this that we have let the representatives from Excel know that the community is eager to both let them hear the community's opinion and to hear back from Excel as to how they're thinking about things. So it's all in process, and we will be meeting pretty intensely in June and July. And so we would expect the public engagement and the requests to hear feedback to be coming kind of frequently over the next 2 months. So that's really all I have to say about that. I will just remind everyone that council can only make one type of decision around these negotiations, and that would be to put a franchise agreement and any attendant other agreements that went along with it on the ballot. So the council cannot take action to sign a franchise agreement or to approve one. All we can do is put measures on the ballot. So this will be a community vote no matter what happens. I think that's all for me. Aaron, your hand is still up. Do you have anything else you want to say? Okay. So seeing nothing else, I think we're ready to move on.
The next item is your agenda. Items A through D are before you this evening.
Very good. Does anyone have any comments on or questions about the consent agenda? Let me pull this up. Make sure that one here. I am not seeing, I see Aaron has a hand up.
I raised a physical hand because I'd already had a raised hand in the form. Anyway, just on the adjustment to the base for the budget, just will we, for second reading, will we be getting more details about the nature of those expenditures that are included in the ATV?
So Aaron, you definitely can get more detail. What I would suggest is I can have someone from the finance department give you a call and find out exactly what it is that you're interested in so that we can provide a memo to all of council about those items.
Sure, that'd be great. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, anyone else? Let me pull up my hands here. I don't see any other hands regarding the consent agenda.
I would move the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, Bob moved it. Mark Wallach seconded it. Lynette, is this roll call?
No, show of hands.
Okay. Does anyone object to approving the consent agenda as it's in front of us? Seeing none, the consent agenda passes unanimously.
You have one call-up check-in this evening. It's a use review for 2222 14th Street.
Great. And I would look to council and see if anyone has any desire to call this up. If you do, raise your hand. Seeing no hands, I see no desire by council to call this up, so we will not be calling this one up.
Okay, your public hearing tonight is second reading of Ordinance 8395, amending Section 7458, speeding.
Very good, thank you. Jane?
Yeah, I have very little to say, but to turn it over to Bill Cowren to discuss 20 is plenty. Bill.
Good evening, members of council. We have a brief presentation this evening on this item, and it's going to be given by Ryan Knowles.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Well, good evening. My name is Ryan Knowles. I'm a transportation planner here at the City of Boulder. And I'm just going to briefly go over the 20 is Plenty project to lower speed limits to 20 miles an hour on residential streets in our city. If it goes forward. Sarah, can you advance the slide? Oh, there we go. So I just want to touch on why we're doing this project again. So we know that with higher speeds, there is a greater chance of a severe crash. And so we're using the speed limit as a tool to address speeding on our residential streets. We also recognize that reducing speeding improves safety and comfort for people who are walking or biking on our streets. And so we want to promote our residential streets as shared spaces. So places where people can drive, walk, bike, and also recreate and play. The Transportation Master Plan, which we updated last year, as well as our Vision Zero Action Plan, highlighted the 20 is Plenty project as an important part of our goal to meet Vision Zero. And so we previously discussed the 20 is Plenty project at the April 21st meeting, where we had made a staff recommendation to do a comprehensive study. But at that meeting, council had suggested and advised us that we should move forward with the ordinance before you this evening. And so we had a first reading on May 5th. Can you advance the slide, Sarah? Sorry, there we go. So the effect of the ordinance will be to lower the default speed limit from 25 miles an hour to 20 miles an hour. And this will apply to all local residential streets in the city. So if you look at the map, it'll be all the streets in purple. And then for streets that are higher classification, so arterials and collectors, we will continue to address speeding with speed limits on those streets by doing corridor studies as well as speed studies. So Ordinance 8395 will amend the Boulder Revised Code to reduce speed limits on any street, on any street where no speed limit is posted to 20 miles an hour. So that is the default speed limit, and effectively that means all local residential streets in the city. If the ordinance is passed this evening, the 20 mile an hour speed limits will go into effect on June 18th. Following the meeting, we will begin to replace 25 mile an hour signs with the Vision Zero 20 mile an hour signs that you see in the picture on the right. We have approximately 465 of those signs. The cost of that project will be approximately $65,000, and we will complete it by the end of the summer. And I'm happy to answer any questions about the process leading up to this evening or 20 mile an hour speed limits in general.
Great. Thank you very much, Ryan. I have Adam Swetlick.
Thanks, Ryan. One question regarding the cost. In that $65,000, I just don't remember from our last time we were talking about this. Does that include the cost to actually put the signage up by staff, or is that strictly the cost of the signs themselves?
That costs the labor that staff will spend replacing the sign.
Okay, that includes the labor?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Great. Any other questions from council? Mary?
Just unmuting myself. Yeah, I have several questions. The first one is I just wanted to find out how much outreach was done to raise awareness about this within the community.
Yes, so we had done outreach last year through the Transportation Master Plan update, as well as when we created the Safe Streets Boulder Report and the Vision Zero Action Plan. As part of our staff recommendation, we had proposed doing additional community engagement because we had heard pretty loudly from supporters of the ordinance change and the 20 is Plenty project that they were in favor of it. But initially, when we embarked on the project, we were unsure of the level of support community-wide, which we discussed on April 21st. But since then, I believe through emails to you, as well as emails to staff, we've heard support more in favor of the project than not, but we have heard some opposition to the ordinance change.
Mary, we also conducted a public hearing at the Transportation Advisory Board as well.
Thanks, Bill.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And how
flag for you and other council members that Tila is on the line as the tab chair. She is scheduled to speak for open or public hearing, but she's doing that on her own time. So if you have questions for her as tab chair, please feel free to ask her. I'm going to go ahead and promote her to panelist.
Okay, thank you. And how long, you said that you hope to have all the signs switched out by end of summer. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, I'll take this one, Ryan. So we're going to order the signs as soon as the ordinance is passed. Should take about 3 weeks for the signs to arrive. And then we anticipate 2 to 3 weeks for the installation. So you can do the math. We would anticipate the signs being up in the middle of the summer.
And does, if the installation of the signs were to be rolled out in a kind of a phased in manner, would that affect the cost?
It would likely negatively affect the cost. It would probably cost more money for mobilization.
Okay, thank you. And then my next question, just regarding Vision Zero, and the cost of this project has been said to be $65,000. Are there any other Vision Zero projects that would be affected by doing this first? So in other words, like, are there some neighborhood traffic mitigation projects that could possibly have an effect that would be more immediate?
So, complex question. When council very graciously gave the transportation department $700,000 last year, and we worked with the Transportation Advisory Board to determine how we would spend that, we budgeted $100,000 of that to the implementation of this TMP action item. So, so that money has been allocated, that portion of the 700,000, and should this move forward tonight, it will cost less than that $100,000, and we will repurpose the remaining funding for that. The Transportation and Mobility Department is, of course, cutting a tremendous amount of money. We're being asked to cut $4.5 million out of our budget. So any amount of money that we got back, we would repurpose to Vision Zero or other tasks.
Okay, thank you. And so this might be a question for Tom. What does, would this ordinance apply to all modes of travel?
Speed limit applies to all vehicles, so it applies to bicycles. Obviously, it doesn't apply to pedestrians because only Usain Bolt can go faster than that.
But it would apply to bicycles. And so what? So the follow-up question would be, what is, and this may be for transportation staff, what are the top speeds for e-bikes?
I'm going to see if DK is still with us because I know he was here for the earlier. Excellent. Do you have the answer to that question, DK?
Yeah, I do. It all depends on the type of e-bike, but the federally approved or federally regulated type of e-bike has a max speed of 20 miles per hour. It's about 650 watts.
Okay,
but there are class 3 e-bikes that can go faster, but and they are allowed on roads, but they're not allowed in bike lanes or in multi-use paths.
So they would be on the roads, is what you're saying?
Yes, a class 3 is legally required to operate on a road, not within a bike lane or a. So they have to operate within the travel lane, not in the bike lane, and then they also cannot operate on a multi-use path.
Okay.
But the typical e-bike that's out there today has a max speed of 20 miles per hour.
Okay, and so if we're doing most of our enforcement with photo radar, that's the plan?
Well, if you're asking about enforcement on residential streets, what we've worked out with our partners and colleagues in the police department is that we would like more of the police resources, the officer resources, to be out on the arterial roadways. And so we would like photo enforcement resources to be used more in the residential neighborhoods. So where the 20-mile-an-hour speed limit would be, yes, we would expect it would be more photo enforcement than officer enforcement.
Okay. Thank you. And then my final question is, what will happen to school zones? Will the flashing lights and all of that still be required?
I think we will. So many school zones, of course, are on streets that would still have a higher speed limit, but on streets where the speed limit is 20 and the school zone is 20, we would probably want to take a look at those conditions. I don't think we would ever stop flashing the school zone because we would want people to be aware that the conditions around a school zone are present, but we would want to consider whether that school zone stays at 20 or also gets lowered.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
If I could jump in, I have a little bit more on Mary's first question, which was about the sort of outreach and sort of publicity that has happened. And I only got added on just a few minutes after that. So Ryan covered a lot of what the city itself has done and city staff has done. And thanks, Bill, for pointing out we did have a public hearing at TAB on April 13th. And setting aside all the work, 6 years of work on the last 2 rounds of Vision Zero that went into the TMP updates. There's also been, I've definitely seen messaging on Nextdoor and on Twitter citywide, both from the city communications department and just sort of general buzz. Community Cycles has done an outstanding job of reaching out to its members repeatedly by email, sending out action alerts, and just sort of raising awareness to that. They've also ordered and had to reorder yard signs that you've probably seen throughout the city. 20 is plenty yard signs. They had to put in a second order because they ran out. That second order came in just a few days ago, I want to say, and there is a plan now to distribute those jointly with some city staff, with Ryan, in connection with the neighborhood speed management program. I believe that effort is going to begin toward the end of this week or beginning of next week. You also received a letter from the Pedestrian Action Committee. That's the continuation of the Pedestrian Advisory Committee that City Council convened to inform the Transportation Master Plan update in 2019. They have since met, discussed this. A couple of members of those put in a very extensive op-ed supporting this change in the daily camera. Community Cycles, Sue Grant put in an op-ed as well. So there's been quite a lot of chatter on and through the daily camera as well. And this came before the Vision Zero partnership meeting, which is basically a quarterly meeting and includes people from City of Boulder Transportation staff, County Health, County of Boulder Transportation, Colorado DOT, Boulder PD, highway enforcement in the state, a whole bunch of statewide and local regional partners. And we specifically discussed whether we should be doing a study or going straight to the ordinance change at the latest Vision Zero partnership meeting. That was in January or February. I'm not sure of the date, but pretty recent. So there's been quite a lot of community discussion, as I said, separate and apart from the 6 years of working toward getting something actually fundamentally changing on our streets through a Vision Zero action plan. But there's been quite a lot that we've heard, and that's partly why you've been seeing so many emails and people hearing from the public on this.
Thank you, Tila.
Thank you.
I don't see any other hands up. I just would answer Mary briefly about the classes of e-bikes. Here's what it says online. E-bikes that are pedal assist only at class 1 have no throttle and have a maximum assisted speed of 20. Class 2 e-bikes also have maximum speed of 20 but are throttle assisted. Class 3 e-bikes are pedal assist only, no throttle, and have a maximum assisted speed of 28 miles an hour. So for what it's worth, I can imagine a class 3 bike, maybe if they get lucky, tripping the photo radar. I assume that's set at a few miles over 20. So anyway, for what it's worth, that's what the internet say. Anyone else have a question, comment? Okay, seeing none, I think we're ready to go to public comment. Let me pull up my list. So I have 9 so far, Sarah, is that right?
That is correct. Tila's first, but I'm going to return her as an attendee, so she's testifying the way everybody else will be. So just give me a moment, please.
Sure, and I think this is 3 minutes per speaker, is that correct?
That is correct. Chris, can you pull up the timer, please?
Okay, so while you're doing that, our first 3 speakers are Tila Duhame, Sue Prant, and Jennifer Schreiber. So just let me know when you're ready to go with Tila.
Tila, you're on the air. You may need to unmute.
Thank you. I was hoping to offer you some perspective tonight on what the public process leading up to this point has looked like, and also just mention some of the scale and the cost. And those are both questions that Mary raised, and I'm really glad that you did. I think that those are pretty salient issues, but they shouldn't stand in the way of you adopting this ordinance change tonight. You've already heard a lot about the data supporting this move, about how deadly motor vehicles are at fairly modest speeds, and how changing speed limits does slow drivers down when you do it system-wide. And those facts inform why this is an appropriate response to a persistent public health problem. But recognize that this is not some new idea from a handful of noisy residents with a catchy slogan. Achieving slower, steadier vehicle speeds instead of the hurry up and stop travel, we've been working on this in Boulder since at least the 2014 TMP update 6 years ago. And we just doubled down on that approach last year with the latest TMP update, enacting action plans that were approved by council and mentioned this ordinance change. Boulder has literally invested months of staff person hours, interacted with thousands of members of the public, convening working groups, advisory committees, neighborhood groups, and nonprofits all weighing in on the plan. And practically nobody said, these streets are perfect just the way they are. A couple of years ago, as you know, we started the Neighborhood Speed Management Program, which has been so popular so far, we have a wait list dozens of projects long and growing. This is all to say that there's a wide unmet demand for slower neighborhood streets, and this ordinance change would address it citywide, equitably, everywhere. And it does so by adjusting the set point, like changing a thermostat of a law already on the books. We've done a huge amount of public feedback work for you for years, and now it's your turn. This is before you tonight because you, council, sought responsibility for making decisions for Boulder, and you were elected to do just that. And I'm guessing that none of you decided to run for office because one morning you woke up and thought, gee, this place is just perfect. I wouldn't change a thing. A few people have worried about the $65,000 cost, so let me just tell you this. In the first week of December alone, responding to a single storm, Boulder burned through about 8 times that amount of money, $400,000 or $500,000 or more in 7 days of just pushing snow out of the way. And nobody said boo about that. We have $1 billion worth of transportation infrastructure to take care of. All of our projects are expensive, but that's no excuse for not acting to improve our streets. I ask you tonight to respect the effort of all those who've gotten us to this point, as well as acting for the health and safety of the public at large. It is preposterous that just weeks ago, our streets were deemed at a council meeting too unsafe for humans to share with vehicles, but that tonight, by failing to act, we would ensure that nothing in that changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Tila. We have Sue Prant, Jennifer Shriver, and then Stephen Heidel. Sue, you're up.
Sue is using an older version of Zoom, so I'm going to have to promote her to panelist for the purpose of her speaking. Give me a moment.
Just a heads up to the public as we wait for that, there is a new Zoom client update that's come out, and pretty soon you're going to get forced to update to their version 5. So I would just suggest, if you intend to be on these calls, go ahead and update, because if you don't, it'll do it for you starting in June. So anyway, Sue, you're up.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Council. The most important thing you need to know about 20 is Plenty is that it saves lives. If you are hit by a vehicle going 20 miles per hour, you have a 90% chance of surviving. At 30 miles per hour, that drops to 50%. It is clear in passing this ordinance today, you will save lives for many, many years to come. You can be proud of your role in that outcome. To date, 73 neighborhoods have gone through the cumbersome task of getting 30% of their neighbors to request speed mitigation during the 3-year neighborhood speed management program. This shows a tremendous demand for lowering speeds among neighborhoods throughout the city across many ages and income levels. 20 is Plenty will actually make a difference. A study by the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety showed that even without posting signs, there was a considerable decrease in speeding just by lowering the speed limit, with the biggest decrease in speeding seen by vehicles going 10 miles or more over the speed limit. Seattle has seen the same thing with reductions of 5 miles per hour using just signage. They found average speeds dropped 3 to 15%, crashes dropped 18 to 39%, injury crashes dropped 11 to 39%, and high-end speeding dropped 45 to 65%. Research in the United Kingdom shows reductions in median speed of 1 to 3 miles per hour result from just lowering speed limits without changing the physical design of the streets. Combined with targeted treatments through our neighborhood speed management program and systematic changes in the design construction standards, we should see more pleasant and safer streets. As a community, we need to ask ourselves, is 5 miles per hour worth your life or the life of someone you care about? Is it worth the life of your fellow citizens? Neighborhood streets are where kids play and pets roam, both darting out into the street. And yes, sometimes a child gets killed. Are we willing to take that risk just to go 5 miles faster for a few blocks? Are we willing to slow down slightly to save lives? We would like to thank you for your support of 20 is Plenty ordinance change. Community Cycles appreciates all the effort you put into keeping our community safe. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sue. We have Jennifer Shriver, Stephen Heidel, and Lynn Siegel. Jennifer, you're up.
Jennifer, you're live. You may need to unmute.
Yep, thank you. I've got that now. Good evening, City Council, and thank you very much for your service to our community. So I really appreciate this whole discussion. I see you've heard from staff and other people. You've seen the data and the traffic mitigation impacts, the saving of lives. I wanted to also bring forward the environmental benefit. We all know that the City of Boulder has recognized that we are in a climate emergency, and impacting our transportation system is a very important and harder to achieve piece of that puzzle. I know Boulder has been working for many years to try to shift modes and make it more attainable, more possible, more feasible for people to have mobility without driving a car, often a single occupancy vehicle. And I'm sure you're all aware, about 1/3 of our city's climate emissions are from the transportation sector, largely fossil fuels that we just burn up. So I see 20 as plenty from that point of view, as well as we make 80% of our neighborhood streets a change that is so widespread, so equitable, something that provides greater safety for everybody in our community. We're also making an important step toward an infrastructure, actually a publicly owned infrastructure that we're all invested in, and making that infrastructure actually available for all modes of travel, that people can walk, people can bike. You may be familiar with a study that was done, I believe, in Portland, that showed that about half of their citizens were interested but concerned about bicycling in particular. And that was really about how scary and stressful it is. I can tell you on my street, since the pandemic, I've seen little kids playing in the street. We've had basketball and roller skating and bicycling, of course, and people avoiding one another on the sidewalk by using the street. It's been beautiful to see our streets reclaimed as the public spaces that they are. So coming back to this idea of the climate emergency, as we continue to try to solve the climate challenge in front of us, making our streets available for everyone, all modes of travel, this would be a very important step in that direction. Thank you again for listening. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Jennifer. We have Stephen Heidel, Lynn Siegel, and Mark Gelban. Stephen?
There we go. Okay, can you all hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I always following three great presenters, so I'll change mine up a little bit. Mary's question about max speeds of e-bikes sort of irked me as we see cars going down 40 miles an hour down our street. Question is, what's the max speed of cars? The European Union has proposed, I don't know if it's gotten through, putting governors on cars so when they're on streets that they can't go over the speed limit. Really, the focus is on cars and slowing them down, and this initiative, 20 is plenty across the city, will help achieve that. It might not bring all the car speeds down to 20 miles an hour. We see the 85th percentile of cars going down residential streets is well above 30 miles an hour. So in the future, we might have to do more engineering, but for the time being and for the cost, changing the speed limit across the entire city on residential streets is a really good start. And I thank you all for pushing this proposal, even though transportation staff was wanting to do more studies. We've been working on Vision Zero for 6 years, and this really feels like the first big push we've had to achieve it. So thank you, and please vote for option 2 of 20 is plenty across the city of Boulder. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Now we have Lynn Siegel, Mark Gelban, and Alana Wilson. Lynn?
I can't believe 3 minutes. This is a miracle. You cannot say anything in 2 minutes. I'm sorry. I was going to be pretty much for this, but I ride my bike really fast when I can ride it. The letter that I wrote you, 20-some pages, took me a week and a half and 3 nights of no sleep. And I didn't get out on my bike at all. When I do go out on my bike, I want to get some heavy exercise, and I want to go as fast as I want to go. And I have no idea how fast I go, and I don't have money for an odometer, and I don't want to think that I've got photo radar on me on my bike. Bikes are a whole lot different than a car. On a bike, I constantly have a huge visual field, and I'm aware of everything much more. It's an entirely different situation. Should not in any way be equated with cars. If you somehow go forward with this, you need to have a neighborhood contest for beautiful signs And the people let the neighborhood pay for the signs, just like those banners on the mall that are fabulous. If you get a chance, look at all the banners from the art community and put 20s on all of those. And do not spend $65,000. We are in a climate crisis, in a pandemic crisis. Cars aren't going anywhere anyway. There aren't any cars anymore. The structured parking lots are going to have to be repurposed. The surface parking lots, that will go far towards our housing crisis, which is at an all-time high because nobody's working. Boy. This needs to be an iterative process because I had no idea that I was going to be tracked on my bike with a photon radar. And if I'd have known, I'd have had time to think ahead. I don't have time between the RAB meetings, the planning board meetings, the landmarks meetings, the city council meetings, and following all the issues in town. I don't have time. There's limited time to read the fine print. We need a more iterative process where the public's invited in and there's a back and forth and people know what is going on. Let's see. You need to be dealing with things like alpine balsam right now. This is a solution looking for a problem, and there is no problem now. We don't have cars anymore. Remember? It's the pandemic. Thanks. Done.
Thank you, Len. Next, we have Mark Gelban, Alana Wilson, and Anna Seeger. Mark, you're up.
Can you hear me now, please?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Dynamite. All right. So I'd like to say that 20 is plenty seems like the bare minimum that you can do today. And I want to remind you that plenty is modifying the miles per hour, not what needs to be done in this community to make it safer for pedestrians and bicyclists and to move us more rapidly toward a less car-centric future. So I also want to remind you all that yes, the 2014 TMP was 6 years ago, but there was a 2-year process leading through that. So we've actually been talking about this for the better part of 8 years, if not a decade. Vision Zero, that is. And not much was done in the 2014 TMP. A lot of things that were done were just pulled back. We played pretend with Living Lab, Folsom University. Seems like the only thing remaining might be the back-end angled parking on University. So when we look at what's happening, the ways that other cities in the United States and throughout the world are taking advantage of excess street capacity as cars have been set aside for a little while during the pandemic, it's clear that Boulder is no longer a leader anymore. In fact, I'd say we're falling way behind. We're not doing anything with regards to shared street. And both Tila, the head of TMP, and staff is saying that, again, this is only plenty with regards to the speed limit on residential streets. It's not plenty with regards to what the city should and can be doing, especially now with our streets being as quiet as they are. I challenge you to be even bolder and to say, this is a no-brainer. In fact, if this doesn't pass, it'll just be another embarrassment on the city. But take time, be bold, use this as a start, and move quickly to implement shared streets throughout the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. We have Alana Wilson, Anna Seeger, and Robert Waberka. Alana, you're up.
Hi again, Elena Wilson. Thank you very much for supporting this measure. I live a block from one of the dozens of yet to be implemented projects that has been nominated for the Neighborhood Speed Management Program. And while I wasn't involved in that effort, I am grateful to the effort my neighborhood put forth. I also live next to senior housing and regularly fear for those neighbors' safety when they are out walking. So I want to share what I found from a British advocacy group, 20splenty.org, which states that you are 7 times less likely to die if hit at 20 miles per hour than 30 miles per hour, or 10 times less likely to die if you are over 60 years old. They also note that in the distance a 20-mile-per-hour car can stop, a 30-mile-per-hour car would still be doing 24 miles per hour. I hope I'm as active as my neighbors are in 40 years, but in the meantime, even I get nervous crossing the residential streets where I live. So I thank you again for supporting this measure, which moves us closer to our Vision Zero goal.
Thank you, Alana. Next, we have Anna Seeger and then Robert Waverka. Anna, you're up.
Hello. Thank you for holding this hearing. I would just like to start by saying thank you to Ryan Knowles and Bill Cowan. They've been very helpful to me in the past when I have written about my concerns for safety as a cyclist here in Boulder. I am calling tonight as a parent who regularly rides with 3 kids, 6 years old, 9 years old, and 12 years old. They have implemented changes to make the traffic light walk signals go before the cars get their green light. And that's helped a lot to get us out in the street so the cars see you, because otherwise I can't tell you how many times we've almost been hit by cars turning. So I wanted to thank them for that. And since the pandemic has started, the streets have become emptier, but there's more people out, and so you're out on the street with other bikers and other people who are walking, who are trying to avoid the sidewalks, and cars are going faster. I don't have any data to show this, but this is a person who's been riding their bike in Boulder for 10 years. I think the lack of traffic has just made people feel like they have a green light to go as fast as they want. So it's scary for me as a parent to ride my bike with my kids up and down streets where there's parking right next to the bike lane, so there's no way you can get over. Drivers are distracted, they're on their phones, and they're going really fast. So I totally support this 20 is plenty measure, and I would also encourage council to take it farther and follow. Now, I would have hoped that Boulder, as a environmentally friendly and kind of outdoor lifestyle focused city, would have taken the lead in closing down streets to cars and making them more open to more pedestrians. But if we can't do that, I fully support just doing the 20 is plenty and making the streets safer for kids and families to ride their bikes. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. So I hear from Sarah that we don't know if we have Robert Waverka on the line. Robert, are you there?
There is nobody unaccounted for with a name that hasn't already spoken, and I'm not seeing a Robert Waverka on the line. Robert, if you are on the line, if you want to send me a note through the Q&A tool, we can call your name.
He goes by Ted, but I don't see a Ted here under panelists, and I don't see a Ted under participants. So we will just go ahead and close the public hearing and return this to council. I would ask if any council members have questions that they'd like to ask. Okay, I think we've done most of the questions, so I think we're open for discussion now. Does anyone want to kick off discussion of the 20 is plenty measure? All right, Rachel.
Hey, I actually had a question. I couldn't find the darn hand raise button. So my question was to, I guess, Mary and Lynn's points about bicycles. Obviously, bikes don't have license plates. So I assume that even if they were caught up in the photo radar, there wouldn't be a ticket, and we're not really worried about ticketing bikes with this initiative. Can somebody explain that a little bit?
No, we're not really going after bikes. And remember, the enforcement starts at 10 miles over the speed limit. So a bike would have to be doing more than 30 even to trigger the electronic, the automated cameras.
Thanks.
Great. Okay, hang on one moment. Let me try and get this up. All right, Aaron.
Great. Well, excuse me. I'll kick off the discussion if that's right. Just to say, I wholly support this. I sent out a hotline last night. I'll just touch on a couple of the key points from that. We've heard testimony today about how higher speeds do cause more severe crashes and more fatalities, and there's a lot of evidence for that. And so then the question is will lowering the speed limit through signage actually reduce speeding? And there are multiple studies out there, a couple of which I included in my hotline post, that showed that cities that have just changed the speed limit by 5 miles per hour just with signage have seen a reduction in driving speeds over time. So this measure will reduce speeds, and based on the published research, and therefore it means that any collisions that those cars have with pedestrians or cyclists at those lower speeds will be less likely to be severe crashes. So I think this is a measure that will improve safety in our city. We've gotten a lot of support for it. We've gotten some folks who are skeptical. I think they're skeptical about whether this would be effective, but I think those studies show that it would be. And the other point I just want to make is that this is only about your local residential streets. So this is, think about in front of your house, and as you get to your, arterial or collector street, not too far away. So it's like, 1 or 2 or 3 blocks for most folks from their house to the next biggest street, which is a very short amount of time to go a slower speed. But this is also the street that you're walking yourself, with your dogs or your kids or however you get around or whoever you get around with. And so just think about the increased safety that we'll all have for our family members and friends in our own neighborhoods, and whether that's worth the trade-off of a couple of blocks of driving a little bit slower. So wholly support this. Happy to put a motion on the table too, whenever.
Thank you, Aaron. Looking for anyone else who wants to speak. Seeing no one, I'll go ahead and jump in here as well. And I think Vision Zero is one of the more important things that we're doing in transportation right now. It affects everyone, and we are trying to make getting around safer for all modes. I think this is a way to do it across the city on streets which are intended to be slow travel for all modes, generally speaking. And with a car, we've seen the numbers about the outcome difference. If you're hit going 20 versus 30, it's pretty stark. And there's physics behind why it's that way. And we are acknowledging the realities of what happens with collisions. And typically, if it's a car versus bike or a car versus pedestrian, it's a pretty bad outcome for the biker or pedestrian. So I'm going to support this. I think it's a good idea. I'm glad it was brought forward. I'm glad that we're doing it in the most cost-effective way that we can as we go forward. I don't want this to be seen as a replacement for other things that we need to do. And I'll have some of those that I'll mention in the work plan around transportation. But I do support this. We had TAB unanimously support it. It was an election issue. Lots of people took positions on it, and it had an influence on who got elected. So with that, I'm going to support this. Any other council members want to speak? Otherwise, I'm going to call on Aaron for a motion. Seeing none, Aaron, the floor is yours.
Great. Well, I'll just move that we approve the ordinance in front of us, changing the speed limit on local residential streets to 20 miles per hour.
Second.
Okay, Aaron made a motion, Rachel seconded. Any further discussion? Adam.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I walk in a rural residential street almost every day. And those, to me, are actually some of the most dangerous ones, because while you would think people would go nice and slow, the width of the street itself, the lack of people walking around it, it actually leads to some of the higher speeds that I've seen in the city on a 25-mile-per-hour street. And that's even with speed bumps on some of these rural residential streets. So I'm looking forward to this so I can see the effect live and in person on our zone streets.
Very good. Thank you, Adam. I've got Mary up next.
Yeah, I'm going to support this. I do think it is an important step towards making our city safer. I don't want us to lose sight of the fact that this move is most effective when you have other infrastructure changes. There are also streets in our town where there is such a straightaway, and they are used so much by bikes that I do think that the speed of bicycles, specifically e-bikes, can be a hazard. And I say this from watching people as I ride my bike and getting passed recklessly, and as well as just watching people ride down my street going really, really fast and on e-bikes. And so I do think that it's a concern as I watch folks riding with 3 kids on the bicycle and probably not 30 miles an hour, probably more like 25. But it seems that could be a hazard. So that's why I was asking those questions. And then the other reason I asked about the phasing in was because we are doing this during a time where there will be the perception that we are trying to pass this while people, quote unquote, aren't paying attention. So, so I just wanted us to think about being cautious, or maybe not cautious, but making sure that as we do this, we're letting neighborhoods know that this is going to be happening, and maybe starting with the neighborhoods that have the neighborhood speed mitigation proposals out there waiting to be installed. And so maybe starting with those neighborhoods and then moving to others. But as we do that, if we can let people know that this is going to be happening, I'm sure they would be delighted to hear that it's happening. But I think it's just a small step to make sure that people are aware and know that this is going to be happening. The other thing is, I think about the people that aren't coming into Boulder right now because they are in-commuters, and they will have not been coming into town because perhaps they were working at home or they had been furloughed. And as they start to come in, they'll be wondering what happened. So they won't be aware, and so I think about them, and that's why I was asking the questions that I was asking.
Great, thank you, Mary. I have no other hands up. I've already spoken. Last call for comments. Seeing none, Lynette, is this a show of hands?
No, this is a roll call vote.
Okay, very good.
You, Mayor Weaver.
Aye.
Councilmember Yates.
Yes.
Young.
Yes.
Brockett.
Aye.
Friend.
Yes.
Joseph.
Yes.
Nagel.
Aye.
Swetlick.
Aye.
Wallach.
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously.
Well, thank you all for that. It's always good to have a unanimous vote, and congratulations to the advocates for 20 is Plenty, and thank you to our staff for such good work that you've done teaming this up, both for TAB and for us. So good job, everyone.
Okay, your next item is the response to challenges faced by reopening restaurants.
Very good.
Yeah. Just really quickly again, Yvette Bowden is going to be presenting this matter. Yvette.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for having us, Council. A week ago, I was with you to let you know that we had already started this initiative by making sure that we had adjusted daily rates in the city-owned parking garages, and we're going to maintain the evening pilot 3 for 3 to 3, and had increased wait times for curbside to 20 minutes to allow for curbside. And yet there are more needs of our restaurant industry, and we're thoughtful to that. And if I can ask for the next slide. So the restaurant industry has asked for a couple of things that are to be considered, as we do with all businesses. Ease and affordability of pickup and delivery, which I spoke a little bit about just now, but we'll add more to. Expansion opportunities in anticipation of what we think will be the governor's direction on social distancing for restaurants indoors, to allow for alcohol licensure expansions if possible, and use of the right-of-way. A clear and speedy process with clarity on particular issues they had around pickup and delivery of alcohol beverage continuation. This particular item about pickup and delivery of alcoholic beverages, the governor just put out a proposal a couple minutes ago that I've been reading. And so it looks like that will possibly continue, but this is early guidance and not a final rule at this point. Clarity on safety related processes, especially around customers. Restaurants are concerned that as they're opening, they want to make sure they know what the rules are once they are serving outside of their building. And we're waiting for that guidance as well. And ongoing promotion support, which many of our alliance partners are involved with us on. In addition to these considerations, as with all council direction, we also considered as staff safety, equity around the city, quality of life impacts, and costs. Next slide. So I just wanted to mention all the departments that have been working on this, from the recovery team, and of course the city attorney's office, to members of my department in community vitality, licensing, great partners in planning and development services, public works, transportation, fire, the special events team, and communications. I'm not alone this evening. There are other people attending this meeting tonight that will be available at the end of the presentation should you have questions. Next slide. So there are some things that we considered. Alcohol is first for many businesses in trying to understand what they can or might want to do. Alcohol licenses usually cover activities within their controlled area in their either leased or owned space on the interior, unless they have an existing patio, and it's often fenced. There is an existing temporary modification process, and we are recommending that we extend that use of that process through August 30th. The state may allow further, and we would certainly bring that to your attention and look about. It does require, and I think Councilmember Young asked me this last week, review by the state and the city. And at this point, unless we hear direction from the state otherwise, that is still required. And so you have this next bullet, which is the posting of a notice for 10 days. And there's a particular format to the sign. We have even gone so far as to say, could the sign be downloaded? And, can we provide it in 8.5 by 11? And at the present time, we don't know, but we'll try and find out. The fee from the city is $50 for this temporary modification. And for the state, it was $300, but they reduced that on Saturday, and we were paying attention. So that has been reduced to $150. There is also an implication here once you start to expand beyond a quote unquote control area around things like common consumption, which I will talk about in a couple of minutes. And we're waiting for additional state direction on how that jives with the governor's direction around gatherings and events. And we're unclear at this time from Boulder County on what is the expectation around masks and around once you're outside. Next slide. So what we have proposed for your consideration this evening is that applicants will have multiple options, and there will be one application package. We'll have several forms to complete, but we will be reviewing everything concurrently. The applicant will prescribe their preference in their expansion option selection and their preference as it relates to alcohol in an expansion period. There are required documents, some of which we control, some of which we don't. and applicable fees, but we've been thoughtful to make it easy to understand and as affordable as possible using existing city processes. We also are recommending some required notice, basically to respect other business neighbors and residential neighbors. Next slide. The first thing, and something that we have not seen elsewhere in the state of Colorado that I want and are recommending that the city lift all minimum parking requirements as a temporary waiver through that time period for all retailers. This will allow us to free up additional space. I am trying to address the audio. Is that better?
Yvette, I would suggest, if you don't mind, if you could turn your video off, that may help a lot with the audio bandwidth.
I sure will. Great. Is that better?
Much better.
Wonderful. So we're also recommending expansion opportunities into private leasehold area. This will require a landowner authorization, but we're providing applicants with a sample email that they can just attach to their packet signed by the landowner if they don't own their own property. This would also be applicable for adjacent private parking areas, patio space in the frontage of where they're currently located, alleys bordering commercial uses. And when I say alleys bordering commercial uses, we do have a couple of alleys in town that border residential uses. So at this point, we're not suggesting that, but this is a first phase. This is not all that we consider. This is just what we're looking at as an early phase today. In terms of curbside use, there are a couple of options. You can pop up a sidewalk cafe that maintains pedestrian access. We have some more information for that. And then public parking space rentals. The city has not done this before, but if you have parking right outside your business and you want to rent that space for this entire period, we'll be providing an option for that. There are a couple options there. You can share the curbside. So this is basically holding those spots to restrict for your pickup and delivery use in existing parking locations. Or you can pop up a parklet, which can be up to 60 feet of the existing spaces per business to be considered by block face. And I'll have more information on that in just a minute. Of course, we've heard from the community around their interest in other spaces and other options. And so we wanted to share that we were already in conversations on the Hill and downtown, and subject to state definitions, look forward to working with them on another phase. Next slide. So we're recommending state allowance through August, through August 30th. That can certainly be extended by council. The reason we picked that date is because there are a couple of special events that still anticipate being held this year. And until we have direction that they're not being held, we wanted to think about the impact on the city's infrastructure and previously reserved spaces. So we'd want to look into that. All of this would be revocable based on any superseding federal, state, county, or local order in effect, which would nullify those uses. We want to have one packet and the ability to submit online. We are literally working on that every day. The window of applications, and I'll walk through a timeline in a minute, would open next week, and we would continue a rolling period of taking applications through June 30th. The departments involved would do a concurrent review, and we hope to fulfill those permits. If they're not dealing with alcohol, it could be as little as 5 days if they submit something very simple. If they are submitting for alcohol, the state required notice period drags that out a little bit because of notice. But it is possible. And I think Councilmember Friend asked me earlier whether or not it could be is it just 5 days? And the answer is yes. And then they can wait for their alcohol on top of that. All uses would require proof of insurance with the city as named insured. Next slide. So let's talk options. Staff is recommending that to get through all of this and respect the many ordinances and regulations that exist in the city, that we try to work with all of the restaurants on keeping things very simple. And so these are some graphics of things in other communities, alleys, use of the right-of-way. And what you will see in these is you're not seeing flooring or large quote-unquote structures that might create problems related to water transfer or wind or the like. Next slide. So I wanted to show, because I know people are curious, Yvette, what's simple, right? So we created a couple of examples here for you visually. You can see that these have no hard walls that, and they're about a 3-foot height for the barrier fencing, which is similar to what we require for alcohol licensure for other things. Not simple, you can see that things start to have things that would be difficult to access when you're talking about emergency vehicles. They're difficult to move otherwise. And in order for us they create structures, and that creates length of time for review. Next slide. So this is a depiction of things that interested restaurants could be getting together right now. They will need to know their business license number. They'll need to have a description or, an address and location of the spaces they're talking about, and a simple sketch. We're not asking for architectural drawings. The insurance certificate, they could be talking to their insurer now. We have a sample notice that they can provide to the neighborhood association or the district. Where applicable, there's an email they'll need to have signed by their landlord or landowner, a description of the barrier and how the materials will be used, and then a plan for complying with amplified sound and lighting. And I think the governor's note that I just saw a minute ago said that he is currently considering this goes until no later than 10 p.m. nightly. Next slide. So what about other closures? The community has expressed interest in some other things. And I want to reiterate that this is a phased process. So we want to be equitable and allow as many things as possible citywide first, but we are always looking at these other possibilities. There's an existing process for other things like the event street, which was built for this. But we need some direction from the state and the county and you about special events or gatherings and how this might conflict. In the past, when we have closed streets, for example, even for a special event, it required 80% of the businesses on the block face to agree for as little as 2 or 3 days closure. So that would be something to think about. And then what are the expectations about masks or social distancing? There might be impacts for other businesses. And we just want to know, how would you like us to proceed in that regard? Next slide. So what are the fees like? We provided here, these are existing city fees, and we just tried to find the speediest, most affordable way to do it. A right-of-way permit is what we're suggesting for use of the right-of-way, which is $84.50. Thank you, Edward Stafford. And we would say just post for 5 days, and we'll concurrently look at that. And if that's all you're looking for, that would be done in 5 days. For parking space use, we're suggesting $100 per impacted space. And we're encouraging people to work with their neighboring businesses. Every street in Boulder is different. And so some have angled parking, some have parallel. I mean, it's just very different. And so we tried to come up with a simple way to understand that, and are happy to help people walk through that. The alcohol license I already explained, and use of the private parking area. Let's say you have an adjacent parking lot that's owned by yourself or your landlord, could be as little as $84 in 5 days. So we gave you some examples at the bottom of different things that people might want to do and how much that would actually cost for that entire period. I should note that the public parking space number is about 1/5 of what the general fund revenue is for space in that area during this time of, it's about 1/5. And so I'm happy to answer questions about that. Next slide. So we're expecting the governor to finalize direction by Monday. We would then, based on whatever he says, finalize the application packet, also to reflect whatever direction you give us this evening. We'd issue a press release and a webpage update right after that, hold an industry webinar on the same day, and then open up the application window, which again is rolling. I want to point out that this rolling period is not, we're not waiting till the end of June to approve people's applications. It would be 5 days to 15 days from when they submit, but we would stop taking applications in June. And then we would be reviewing them pretty much every day. And so one of the things that we'll want to get your direction on, for example, is do you want these things to be reviewed by BLA, or do we have authorization to just move forward? And my colleague David Gear will have more to share on that. We would then come to you again in July with a summary on how many applications we received and for what, and all of the implications or learnings that we've had over this. Next slide. So again, press release, webinar, posted notices. We have some additional considerations that we would love to hear from you about tonight. If there's a number of applications on a block face and they don't, one conflicts with the other, what are your thoughts there? An option for sharing spaces with other businesses. So because we're recommending lifting this for all retail, there will be things in front of other retailers neighboring next door that they may want to share and allow for. And so we want to hear your thoughts on that. Proximity to residences and access retained for emergency personnel is a consideration. And then how do you feel about our recommendation to maintain controls around amplification, prohibited smoking, and social distancing, as well as thoughts on retaining ADA access? Next slide. In a moment, David Gare will be available to answer your questions about the process by which we're finalizing rules and guidelines, especially around the public right-of-way and outdoor seating, emergency orders and the process for that, and then an ability to monitor and adopt changes as the state liquor regulators might direct, because that's really a major portion of both the recommendation and the time frame. Next slide. So our questions for council tonight are, does council support implementation of this response, this first phase, to address the needs of Boulder's restaurant industry impacted by COVID? And then second, do you agree with the initial time frame, which can be expanded or extended? And with that, I'll end, and I'm going to mute myself, which I think will make it easier for everyone, and then let us know if you have questions. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Yvette. So I will first say thank you to staff for pulling this together so quickly. The last couple months I know have been extremely disruptive, not only because lots of new work plan items have come up, but also because there have been challenges with staffing and with the sheer number of things that we have to deal with. So thank you, Yvette, and thank you to everyone who supported this effort, including at least transportation and the attorney's office. And so with that, I have 3 hands raised. I have Bob, Rachel, and Mark. So Bob, why don't you kick us off?
Yeah, I'll have some comments later, but let me start with some questions. First, I do want to thank you, Yvette, and everybody who was involved. I know you had to herd a lot of cats between transportation and legal and liquor and public safety and lots of other people, and then you coordinated with private industry as well, with particularly the Chamber and Downtown Boulder Partnership. So thanks for pulling this together quickly. So it won't be surprising that we have a few questions and maybe some suggestions later on. So I'll ask my questions first. I've got 2 or 3. Can we go back to slide 6? So it mentions in the middle of the slide that if a restaurant uses the sidewalk, they have to maintain 5 feet of pedestrian access. And I'm just wondering, let's just use our downtown sidewalks as an example, because that's probably the most typical situation. How wide are our sidewalks downtown? In other words, if 5 feet are maintained for pedestrian access, how much space is there for a table?
Bill, do you want to answer that? But I understand our standard is 8. Is that correct, Bill?
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay. So I think that the sidewalks in and around the downtown are variable in width, but many of them are fairly wide. Some of them as wide as 15 feet. Usually when people are applying for permits for outdoor seating, we are trying to maintain 8 feet of clear distance. And this is a reduction of that 8 foot down to 5 feet.
So, but Bill, is that 8 feet from the building to the curb? Because I know a lot of places we have those tree planters too that kind of cut into the sidewalk area.
Yeah, it would be clear of all obstruction.
So if there was a tree planter,
including planters, yep.
I'm thinking, for example, the north side of Pearl Street in the 1100 block where the kitchen is that 8 feet wide clear space from the edge of the building or patio to the tree planters? Is that 8 feet wide?
To be honest with you, Bob, I can't picture what that looks like. But okay. if there are tree planters, then it would be the area in between the tree planter and the building face. That would be the area you could work within, and you'd need to keep 8 feet of that clear.
Okay. I'll come back to that later in comments. I'm just wondering.
Or in this case, 5 feet of that clear.
Okay. I'll come back in comments. I'm just wondering how much space there actually would be in the sidewalk in that case.
Similar. Maybe Charles Farrow could address what the standard is when we do existing right-of-way permits for the sidewalk phase that we have downtown now.
Thanks, David. I'm looking it up as we speak.
Okay, so you can come back to that.
Yeah, well, while Charles is looking that up, I have 3 questions. The second question is still on the slide. Below that, it talks about parklets. And it sounds like, if I understood this correctly, Yvette, business owners would have, that face onto a street, would have 3 choices. They could either ask that their parking spaces in front of their block face be evacuated. They pay some sort of fee to the city for that, depending on how many parking spaces there were. And they could set up maybe tables in the parklet. That'd be one choice. Sounds like other businesses who are also restaurants could set up takeaway service. So they would have cars kind of coming and going. And then there may be a business next door to that that has maybe just retail, and they're not interested in the parklet. They would just want people to be able to park there. So I guess my concern, but maybe you've already addressed it, is whether those cars pulling in and out of curbside pickup or parking in front of a retail space adjacent to, and I think you had some good examples of simple setups adjacent to where people will be sitting and eating. Are you concerned at all about cars pulling within a few feet of where people are sitting to eat?
Thank you for your question. We have as staff been talking about a minimum setback to avoid conflicts, but part of what we know, especially in those areas that have a good number of restaurants within a smaller corridor, we're expecting that they're going to be working together on their block phase and with the Downtown Boulder Partnership, or for example, the Hill. The process the staff has developed is trying to consider the entire city. So there are locations where you don't have as many restaurants, and there wouldn't necessarily be such a conflict, or even but we wanted to give these options to people because we have, from the beginning of this, heard so many opinions amongst the needs of the retailers and the restaurants about what they desire. So our encouragement is the creation of options that they work together to decide what is best on their block face.
Let's just, this might lead up to my final question. Let's just assume that not 100% of the businesses on a particular block agree. Let's say 90% agree or 80% agree. Walk us through the reasons why we wouldn't on those very dense blocks. And again, I'm thinking more of downtown because I'm happy that we're addressing businesses, restaurants that are in strip shopping centers and they can work with their landlords, and to the extent we have to waive requirements, that's great. But I'm trying to understand on the very, very dense downtown streets where there's lots and lots of restaurants per block, can you walk us through the reasons why we wouldn't simply close that street? What would be the reasons that we wouldn't close the street for purposes of safety and convenience, particularly if the parking spaces, most of all the parking spaces on that street are closed anyway. And I'm not sure exactly why people need to drive on that street, but walk us through why we would not be able to close the street.
The city may ultimately decide to do so. Another thing to consider is that usually in such circumstances, we would have a period of time where people have to agree before that decision is made. If there's a certain amount of businesses on a street that decide that, and I'm not sure that we have a ton of streets that have that kind of density. I think we all know a couple. I think that we just wanted to respect both notice and option and give them the opportunity to say that that's what they wanted, as opposed to dictating it. A couple of other things to consider. For example, there are areas in the downtown where if we are then taking the parking and saying, go to the parking deck, which they may choose to do, or hopefully arrive by a bike or however else they want to, we are going to be coming out of parking decks, and then if the street is closed, they will be forced into the adjoining neighborhood, something that we wanted to at least appreciate the impact of. And again, staff not making decisions on behalf of the community, but letting the community of businesses that we're trying to help tell us what they think they would like to do. There are other areas like the event street where you don't have as much of a challenge and the infrastructure was built like that, and it might very well make sense right away. And I think we just would like to continue as we have been, working with our alliance partners and talking about options here. And I certainly don't want to answer on behalf of other departments. So there's that issue as well. I also want to remind everybody about the AMPS work that Community Vitality and Transportation are doing right now about loading zones as another option as well. So there are lots of options, and if any other respondent would like to answer as well, but those are some of the reasons.
I'll just add on to one thing that you said, Yvette, and that is about the importance of understanding what the different restaurant owners want out of that curb space. I think as we've contemplated this, we know that some restaurant owners will want additional outdoor seating, but other restaurant owners might want curbside pickup, or they might want curbside pickup and outdoor seating. And a road closure will really only be beneficial for outdoor seating. So it's important to consider, I think, block by block, what each of the restaurant owners, how they want to see their abilities improved.
Let me ask a question on that, just follow up. I'm sorry, I'm going to ask 3.5 questions. How far do you think is a reasonable period, a distance for a customer, a patron to walk from their car to a restaurant pickup? If a restaurant wants to do curbside, do you think it's reasonable to expect that the car be able to park right in front of the restaurant, or is a block or two a reasonable distance?
You're asking what I think it is.
Yeah.
Well, I don't own a restaurant, but if I did, I would probably want them to park as close to my restaurant as possible. Just as a transportation professional, I would say we try and have pickup, drop off, loading on the same block.
And do we realize that on busy days on Pearl Street that people can park in front of the store or the restaurant that they're patronizing?
Oh, I'm sure we don't.
Okay, very good. So next I have on the stack Rachel, Mark, Aaron, and Adam. So Rachel.
Dan, before we move forward, I have a response for Bob about obstructions in the sidewalk. So typically the standard is 8 feet. For street furniture that's removed every day, we can get down to 6 feet. And then there's a provision that allows it to get down to 5 feet if the distance is measured to some fixed public infrastructure. So those are things like utility poles, parking pavement facilities, and fire hydrants.
Thanks, Charles.
Thank you, Charles. Rachel, Mark, Aaron, Adam, and Mary.
Thanks. Just following up on Bob's last question, when we look at, and Yvette touched on it as well, but when we look at the ADA, and some people need to park right in front of restaurants, how do we accomplish that or take that into account when we're looking at this?
We would desire, obviously, not to impact ADA spaces if at all possible. And so we would try and work on a block phase. There is a couple of I'm aware of where restaurants have several ADA spots almost across their entire frontage. And this is why we wanted to free up the minimum parking requirement for all retail, because there may be spots a little further down for them to consider or things like that. And so I think we desired not to impact ADA, but certainly it's always a consideration for everyone, and we'll take whatever direction you desire.
So that I have a follow-up, Rachel, not to interrupt, I just want to colloquy on that if that's okay. What's the philosophy on the Pearl Street Mall? Because obviously you can't drive down the mall to drop off somebody who needs assistance or is in a wheelchair. And so what's the ADA kind of perspective on walking malls and the fact that probably it would be a half block or a block that needs to be traversed from getting out of an automobile to even being on the mall?
I am not aware of specific design considerations when the mall was put in place regarding that, but we are in constant contact with the Downtown Boulder Partnership and want to meet the accessibility needs and desires of all of their businesses and customers. We'll continue to do so.
Got it. Thank you. Rachel?
Yep. Okay. So I think I have two questions. First of all, thanks, Yvette, for the presentation. I'm very excited about the prospect of helping businesses and also being able to go out and eat again. So I'm glad we're moving forward with this. And also bearing in mind that we are all trying to kind of stick close to home. And so for me, the kind of walkable, bikeable shops are in strip malls. It's Meadows on the Parkway and Table Mesa as examples. So I just wanted to get a little bit of a better understanding of how this will apply to them. Because you said one of your slides mentioned that we were only looking at city streets for that slide and the pictures of sort of what was easy or that's kind of the lightweight modifications and then the more serious ones. So just wanted to make sure I understood the timing for strip malls, which don't have street frontage really, and there's no city streets there. And so I assume we would be looking more at converting parking lots and want to make sure that we're rolling this out equitably so that we are helping restaurants in those not on city streets and in other neighborhoods as readily as we are ones that are downtown, and also giving people for whom those are the walkable neighborhoods easy access. So can you explain that a little bit more?
Sure. Thanks for your question. And again, team, if I'm not saying something correct, feel free to chime in. This is an example. The example you raise is an example of private property. So it would be applicable in the same time frame, and they could get, because of the elimination of the minimum parking requirement, they could get an email from their landlord and use frontage in the strip mall if their landlord agrees under that option.
And would it be just the frontage, like that's the sidewalk, or would it also spill into the parking lot?
That is up to them and their landlord if it's private property.
Okay. Awesome. I think that answers that. So they can do it just as quickly as, say, somebody on Pearl Street.
Yes.
Additional blocks. Okay, great. Thanks. And then my other question, just why are we cutting off the applications on June 30th? What's the rationale for that?
So because this is a rolling period and because of when we, at least today, believe that there would be a return of some special events or the like, we wanted to leave a firm date by which we know what's going to be in existence for the remainder of the summer through the end of August. However, I mean, council can give us direction today to go further than that, and we certainly are listening for that.
Well, I'm just thinking, what if somebody gets a license on July 1st and then has to ride out the summer without the option? I don't know if that's a realistic possibility in today's business climate, but I guess I just wondered why have a cutoff date?
It can be changed. It can certainly be changed. I think we are planning on standing up a team to review these applications and wanted to know roughly how long we're doing that. So we're assuming that we have no idea what this volume will be. And so we're assuming that we're going to be meeting every day, every other day, and processing as fast as they come in. And we're trying to set some bounds around that.
Makes sense. All right, thanks.
Could I colloquy on that real quickly? So Yvette, you mentioned that one of the reasons was that there are a couple of events that have not yet decided whether or not they will go forward or not. And if you heard that they were not going to go forward, how would that change your perspective of this time frame?
We are assuming that council might direct us tonight that if the governor disallows special events or gatherings in excess of a certain number of people, or people decide not to have those events, that council will authorize the city manager to extend this period.
Great, thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Rachel. We have Mark, Aaron, Adam, and Mary. So Mark, you're up.
Yeah, Sam, most of, or many of my remarks are in the nature of comments, and I will defer those until we're doing comments. But I do have one question for Yvette, which is, what is the nature of the review? What are the substantive matters going to be considered in terms of reviewing an application and determining whether it is accepted or not accepted?
We would be at a minute. So there's I can't remember what slide it is. Someone help me. In the list of required documentation, the licensure department will be taking it through a regular temporary modification lens. For the actual parklets, let's say, or patio or alley use, we would just be looking at the drawing to make sure it gives us adequate access to fire hydrants and other utilities, to making sure the fencing around is 3 feet high, and that they have a location that doesn't prevent emergency access. And so that's what is temporarily required. We'll also be looking to make sure that they have the required insurance, which city is named insured, the approval of the landowner, and that they've provided a notice. That's it.
So I guess my follow-up question then would be, if you receive an application that has the insurance certificate, the consent of the landlord, and notice, why would it take 5 to 15 days to determine whether it's compliant?
It could certainly be done, assuming people submit things that are in the pictures or similar to the pictures that are simple. In other words, no structure, no hard flooring, things like that. I think it could be less. The 15 days is only, as it is on those examples, tied to the period around alcohol, and which at this time reflects the 10-day notice requirement from the state. But if the governor should choose to waive that, that would be a way to make that shorter as well. We do not plan on sitting on these. Staff has heard you and the community, and we are trying to move swiftly.
Okay, I will save the rest of my remarks for later. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Aaron, Adam, Mary, and Junie. Aaron, you're up.
So I just have comments. I'll just be asked to be placed in the queue for comments.
Sounds good. Adam?
Yeah, thanks, Yvette. You mentioned maybe passing this by Beverage Licensing Authority. My question was, what aspects of this might you be thinking that need to be looked at by them? Because that's an interesting idea in my mind, but I just wanted that teased out a little bit more.
Ms. Shawn, are you on the call to answer that question?
I could give it a crack.
Thank you, David.
I think that the idea, in terms of the way the staff is proposing to process the beverage licensing applications, that everything will be done administratively. We will not be using the Beverage Licensing Authority as part of the approval process, except when if there is a significant amount of public opposition that has been voiced during the 10-day notice period. So I think that what the state did in its temporary rule is they've kind of created, typically when you issue a beverage liquor license, there's a process where you try to figure out what the needs and desires of the neighborhood is. They've substituted a very truncated process for that so that we can hopefully get through it quickly, but it also doesn't cut the public out of the conversation.
Thanks for that answer, David. That makes sense.
Okay, thank you, Adam. We have Mary and Junie. Mary, you're up.
Yeah, just a real quick one. These simple options for putting out tables and stuff, they would likely require some capital expense on behalf of the business owner. And since what we're trying to do is help small businesses, I'm wondering if there might be a possibility or something that already exists for providing short-term assistance loans for people to be able to acquire things like the tables and the chairs and the umbrellas and the railings and things like that, because even though they're simple, they still require some expense.
Thank you for your question, Mary. The current proposal, only because the city doesn't have it at the moment, we don't have a source for funding to make such support. It is certainly something I've discussed with our alliance partners because we don't want to create a lot of expense for businesses as well. But at the same time, I am not aware of a funding source for that. And so I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Yvette.
Junie?
Thank you. I have two questions. And the first one, I've received emails from community members who are worried because we're talking about opportunities for businesses, and they were wondering whether Boulder would just reopening businesses. And I just wanted to hear from you that this is basically having a process in place, and or the reopening of businesses is tentative for the moment. Is that right?
That's correct, Junie. This is at the present time, other than the curbside pickup and delivery, we don't have a firm yes, from the state or from the county. This process is in response to your suggestion that we be ready. And you all are probably quite aware, and the community is aware, that our colleagues in Denver, who we've also been talking to, have issued a similar process. It's not circumventing what the governor says, it's getting ready ahead of what the governor says.
Thank you. That's great. I appreciate that. My next question is based on Mark's comment earlier about the substance. And I know you mentioned ADA earlier, and you responded to parking downtown. But I'm also wondering, when it comes to places that are outside of downtown, because you mentioned when you were talking about process, and you said, here are the requirements. And I was wondering if part of that process could include, hear me out, a parking minimum, but just for ADA purposes, meaning let's say someone has a restaurant where there's 30 or 40 parking spaces, and then they intend to close the parkings so that they can put tables. Well, let's say they usually have 5 parking spaces. Maybe they could have 1 or 2 reserved for ADA purposes. I don't know what that would look like, whether it would even be safe, but I think that might be something for us to consider.
Based on your direction, we'll certainly look at that. I think one thing we want to be sure of is that we're giving businesses an opportunity to also work together. You know, many businesses working next door to each other know each other's needs, and they are relatively complementary. And we think if we give people some general guidelines, they're going to be encouraged to have those conversations and see what works best on their, either in their strip mall or on their street.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I colloquy for a sec on that? I don't think that we can override the federal ADA law. So if businesses are required to have a certain number of compliant parking spots, I think they're going to need to maintain that. So I would, I don't know if that's something that we have to decide, but I don't think that they can not have the accessible parking spots just because we're changing some of this.
Some other ones. Charles, did you want to talk to that?
Yeah, if I could add, you know, ADA parking could be moved, but it couldn't be eliminated. So if for some reason they did want to utilize a couple of ADA spaces that were for some reason more attractive or more convenient, they would have to relocate those somewhere else on the site.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Charles. And Bob, I have a hand up.
I was going to move to comments, so I'll yield to anybody who still has questions.
I have 2 questions, so thank you. So then, Aaron, why don't you go ahead and raise your hand with Bob as well, because I know you have comments, and Mark. So my question, Yvette and company, is why are we charging for the use of public on-street parking spaces for use here? It's not an enormous amount, but it didn't say what the time period was. I believe it said $100. Is that per week? Is that for the duration?
That would be the duration of the recommended period.
Very good. So $100 per space. And what's the rationale for charging? How much of the revenue that you would normally get in a normal time from that parking spot, how does that compare to $100 for 2 months?
This is roughly 1/5 of the revenue, and the revenue is not in the parking districts. On-street revenue is revenue to the general fund.
Okay, very good. So this would maintain for the parking spots we lose, which would be a relatively small number, it would seem, the on-street parking spots, we're looking at roughly 20% replacement. Did I hear that right?
Correct.
Very good, thank you. Then the second question is you had on one of the slides, same slide, I think, an $84.50 charge for using parking slots in private lots for setting up tables or expansion of dining. So what's the $84.50 going for?
This is the typical charge for a right-of-way permit. And because the review is roughly the same amount of review, that was the process we were sending it through. So this is the, if I might call it, the least expensive permit process we found, but council could give us direction on any of these proposals.
Got it. Thank you for the flexibility there. I guess my real question is, on private property, why is there a need for a right-of-way permit? I mean, I totally understand on streets the need for a right-of-way permit, but in a, let's say that there's a landlord that owns a strip mall and he owns the parking lot, and there is good rapport between the merchants in the strip mall and the landlord, and they come to a private agreement on what to do as far as, you know, giving up parking spots for tables. Is there a reason we need to do a right-of-way review so that we can check on handicap spots or ADA compliance, or is it some other reason? Why is it necessary for the city to be involved in that process?
David or Charles?
Sure, I'll take that one. So there would not be a right-of-way permit required because it's not in the right-of-way. But typically, most of our strip malls and commercial areas, you know, all of our standards are minimum standards, and most people build to minimum standards or even try to build less than our minimum standards. So really, the main objective would be just a regulatory review to modify either development approvals or zoning requirements that might otherwise be violated by what they're doing. And to provide them with the flexibility that they would need to do outdoor seating during this time period. So it's really just a regulatory review.
Yeah, and we wanted to apply the same fee just to be equitable with what was happening in the right of way.
Perfect. So that makes perfect sense. And I was curious if we were going to need to relax those requirements for minimums and so on. So that's very helpful. Thank you. Okay. That is the end of my questions. We'll turn to comments now. And I have Bob, Adam, Rachel, Aaron, and Mark. So Bob, take it away.
Thanks. I'm fully cognizant of when we're doing something new and different, that it often is easier for staff to be a little on the shy side and then let council be bold and take the heat. So I'm going to be bold and take the heat. So again, I want to appreciate Yvette pulling this together, and I think this is a good foundation to build on, but I would like to build on it because I don't think it's quite there yet, and I do want us to be more bold. So I'll make about 5 or 6 comments as quickly as I possibly can. First, I'm a little distressed about the 15 business day review. I know that only applies to people with alcohol permits, but I can't imagine any restaurant's going to apply to do this without alcohol. So it really is, I know there's been some boasting about the fact that it's only 5 days, but it's actually 15 business days, and 15 business days is actually 3 weeks. So that means at best, an applicant at the end of May is going to be waiting till mid to late June before they're able to go. I understand that there may be a state component there, but let's just assume for sake of discussion, so we're not discouraging people, that the state's going to waive things, and I'll get back to that a little bit later on, and that the review is solely on us. So I would encourage us to skinny 15 business days, which is 3 weeks, down to like a day or 2. That would be my suggestion on that. Number 2, and these first 2 comments really relate to all of the restaurants citywide, whether they're in shopping centers or on the streets, and then I want to focus a couple of comments about downtown specifically. I think that $84.50 charge is kind of nickel and dime. The amount that we'll receive in food and beverage tax will swamp that in a matter of hours. And so I know that we looked to find the lowest fee we could possibly find, $84.50. I would suggest 0. I don't think we should put up any barriers to restaurants who seek to in this emergency situation for the next 3 months, who seek to put tables out on parking lots or streets or in shopping centers. I think we should waive all fees and we should expedite that. So those are 2 comments generally. I want to focus the rest of my comments on downtown. I have a hard time believing that any downtown restaurant is going to be really excited about what remains of the sidewalk after you take the 5 feet for pedestrians. Sounds like that's going to generally be 3 feet, which I don't think you could put a table 3 feet wide and still let pedestrians walk by. And then with respect to the parking spots, I think most of these restaurants downtown have 1 or 2 parking spots in front of them, which probably means about 2 or 3 tables. So if I'm a downtown restaurateur, I'm going to have a really hard time getting excited about adding 2 or 3 tables. So I think the proposition for downtown is not bold enough. What I suggest is that we simply close the streets on Pearl Street. At a minimum, I'd like to see us to close from 9th to 11th on Pearl Street. I'd like to suggest we also look at closing 15 to 17 on Pearl Street. I know that presents some challenges with the parking garage. I think those are surmountable challenges. I have some specific ideas on that, how to get cars out onto to Walnut. We can talk about that later. Cities around the country and around the world do this. This is not, we're not inventing anything new here. And what they do is they close the streets, they put the pedestrians in the street, and they allow the sidewalks and the parking spaces to be used for tables. So the pedestrians would be fully in the street, and there's city after city after city we can look at as examples for this. This is not unusual. This is not rare. This is not weird. People have been doing this for decades. In Europe, they've been doing this for centuries. Of course, they didn't have cars back then, but this is all very, very easy to do. And I would encourage us to be bold when it comes to downtown, where we have high density of restaurants. And if we're closing the parking spaces, or most of the parking spaces on Pearl Street, I don't know why a car needs to drive on Pearl Street. What is a car going to do? Drive past a bunch of people eating? I just don't understand that. So if we're going to close parking spaces, let's just close the street. I think it's unreasonable for anyone to expect to be able to park right in front of the businesses of the patronizing, whether they're patronizing a retail establishment or if they're doing curbside pickup. I think we could create curbside pickup spaces within a couple hundred yards of every restaurant. I don't think that's a big challenge. The parking spaces are not owned by the businesses, they're owned by the city. And if you're going downtown, if you're driving downtown on a really busy day, there's no way you have any expectation of Hollywood parking right in front of your business. So I don't think we should try to preserve that. It's not reasonable at normal times, and certainly not reasonable in this circumstance. And then finally, I'll just close with a quote from the governor, because the governor encouraged us to be bold. This is what he said yesterday. Colorado is going to waive every rule and regulation we can, including serving beer and wine on the streets. But of course, it is the cities that control those regulations. If cities value having restaurants, it's really important that they open their sidewalks, their parking lots, and their streets in the next few weeks to have that capacity, because restaurants cannot stay in business at a quarter or half capacity. So that's our governor, who happens to live here in Boulder at 17th and Walnut, and I would encourage us to follow his admonition and to be bold and to close our streets so that we can open our restaurants. That's my comment.
Thank you, Bob. So we have Adam, Rachel, Aaron, and Mark. Adam, you're up.
Yeah, thanks for that, Bob. I think a lot of what you said I'm very much in agreement with. The one thing that I will add from personal experience, as someone who has stared at Walnut Street for more hours than most people have ever been downtown in total in my life as a bouncer, I'm trying to think about balancing the preservation of access to our parking structures along with opening up more street space for businesses. And in my mind, places like Walnut, just to the east, or sorry, just to the west of Broadway, where there is a parking structure, that's sort of the perfect area where we could maybe have a one-way access instead of the two-way that exists there. And that could also provide the ability for one side of the street still to be used for curbside pickup, while the other side of the street is utilized for dining. And I think that's a pretty good balance where we're trying to find on an individual street level. We still want to have parking available, and that's what our parking structures are for, but also have more space available for the restaurants. So when we're drilling down into a street by street basis, I think if you look at spaces like Walnut Street there, that may be one where maybe you couldn't shut down completely and still allow curbside pickup and all that, but you could at least make it into a one-way so that people have the opportunity to dine in more space but still access those parking garages. That's my main piece of feedback, but I, again, like a lot of what Bob said.
Thank you, Adam. We've got Rachel, Aaron, Mark, and Mary. Rachel?
Okay. Yeah, I agree with Bob as well. That was well said. We have great community support for this, and I think it's overall a good thing for us to do. So I'm very supportive. And to the extent that we can cut red tape, I think that that is important to do, not just now, but in general for the city. So it's a good opportunity to lean into that notion. And then just wanted to add, if we're looking at street closures, which I would support for the restaurants, I don't know that I'd limit it to Pearl Street. I imagine that we have some businesses on the Hill and maybe some other places who would also feel that they would be well served by that. So I think that Bob's logic would apply equally there. Like if we're bumping you up right against traffic and you don't have any reason to go down that street in a car because you can't park anywhere, why wouldn't we just close some of those streets too? I don't know, other than the Hill and Pearl or downtown, where it might be pertinent, but I would, for equity reasons and for just logical reasons, I would extend Bob's argument. I think that's it. Thanks.
Rachel, Aaron, Mark, Mary, and Mirabai. Aaron, you're up.
Yeah, Bob, thanks very much for that. Well, let me just start by saying, Yvette and other staff members, I just really appreciate all the work that you did on this very quickly and came up with a lot of great ideas, and you've really jumped on this, and I really appreciate that. Like Rachel mentioned about public support, I don't know what's generated that many emails and just that quickly in a day or two. That was one of the highest rates ever. Al fresco dining, right? Very popular. So I thought Bob said all that very well. I agree 100% with what he was saying. I'll just throw in a couple of MCs and additional things. Just totally agree on the permit fees that this is a place where we don't have to spend money. We can just not collect it and support our small businesses that way. And that I hear about how it may take a little longer because of state requirements on the liquor issues, but it sounded to me like that the way Jared Paulus and the state are going is that they may well relax those requirements. So just encourage us to be as quick as possible within the constraints allowed by the state, and reach out to the BLA only if absolutely necessary. And then the one thing is about the dates. I thought Rachel had a great question. I think having a little bit larger set of dates would make sense. So if we allow people to apply for permits, a little later than suggested, and this sounds like something that would be worth keeping going through the end of September at least. And I hear that maybe there are a couple special events that we want to think about, but I'm kind of having a hard time that like if one or two special events were somewhat impacted by a few of these permits, I think that's probably an impact worth accepting in order to get another month of this program out because of the importance for local restaurants. And then just definitely second about Bob and closing the streets. I think that's a place to be bold. Obviously, if every business on the street said we hate the idea, well, we don't want to force it on them. But my guess is that if you talk about that event street on the Hill, or if you talk about Pearl, east and west sides of Pearl, that businesses are very likely to be really enthusiastic. So I would love to see us close a few stretches of road. I agree with Rachel to look for other opportunities for that around the city as well. And thanks so much.
Thanks, Aaron. Mark, Mary, Mirabai. Mark, you're up.
Yeah. I also want to second Bob's comments. I urge us to take a maximally aggressive approach on this, including street closures. I think we should be waiving every fee that could be applicable. We should be waiving every statute that could be applicable unless it impacts life, health, or safety. Whatever has to be waived should be waived. And we need to address the fact that we have a business segment in the restaurant industry that's on the verge of extinction in many cases. And we need to do whatever it is that we can in order to get them back on their feet. I agree with Rachel's comment that we should also extend consideration of street closures to at least 13th Street on the Hill. If there are other streets that would be useful to be considered, I would consider them. I would make applications to be a page with some supporting documents. I would try to turn them around within a couple of days at the most. And I would, in my optimal view, we would be able to get people on the streets for the Memorial Day weekend, which is a major business opportunity, which we're going to miss if our timeline extends too far out. So I would do this on afterburners because our businesses need help and they need it now. So thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you, Mark. And then next we've got Mary and Mirabai and Junie. Mary?
So I would agree with what the comments that have been made so far. And to that, I would just add that in concern for the really small guys that may not have, or even the big guys that may not have the capital for getting tables and chairs and umbrellas and all of that stuff. Maybe there are entities here in the city that have them that aren't using them. For example, the university, maybe schools, maybe McGuckins would loan some and try to get some sales out of it. I don't know. But I think that working with the chamber to find and see if there are businesses that would loan them, and working with the university to maybe borrow equipment or amended for those amenities. And then the other comment I have is if we do decide to close the streets, which I hope we do, is maybe one of the things that we could do is get that T-boat train out for a shuttle for people to help move people, especially those who may not be able to make that 2 or 3 block walk.
Great. Thank you, Mary. Mirabai and then Junie.
Yeah, I just wanted to jump on the wagon and add in my 2 cents. So thank you, staff. That was really wonderful, and I appreciate all the work you've done so quickly. I think that the easier we can make it on our small businesses, the better, and the more successful they are, the more taxes come in and then support the city, which is what one of the goals we need to focus on. So anything we can do to speed up, and as Mark, I really agreed with what Mark said, and just wanted to thank Bob for stating this so eloquently. I think he really summed it up well. And I do agree with the hill closures and the Pearl Street Mall closures. I think it could be a lot of fun, and people will be so antsy to get out, and it'll kind of be a new fun experience for everyone. So I'm really looking forward to seeing this and doing anything and everything we can to support our small businesses and restaurants. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Mirabai. Junie?
I just wanted to say as well that I do support closing streets because it's good for safety reasons and for health reasons, and also closing streets on the hill. I think it's a great idea. We've been talking about revitalization for a long time. That could be the beginning of something great. So I think that's a great idea. And also closing streets on downtown as well. I think closing the entire street is probably best for safety reason as opposed to closing some parts of it. So I do agree with the idea of just closing the street entirely. So I think it's great. And also I support the idea of less red tape, because I think at this moment, red tapes are completely oppressive. So I think providing more opportunities for whether it's small businesses or just retailers to have the opportunity and access to more space for their customers will benefit the entire community, not just for taxes purposes, but the entire community, whether it's health-wise. So I think it's a great idea.
Great. Thank you, Junie. So everyone has spoken but me, so I'll bring us home on this. I wanted to start out with some small things first, but at the beginning, I want to echo everyone else's thanks to staff for doing this. I know it's a bit thankless because, as Bob said, you need to be a little cautious and let the politicians be the ones that are pushing you. I think staff has rightly flagged for us the concern that there may not be unanimous agreement on what we're going to go forward with. And so I think that's something we need to keep in mind, but we can always roll something back. So if we were to do, for instance, street closures, and there's a hue and cry on a particular block from the majority of merchants there, then we can take that into consideration and you know, adapt and overcome. So I would say thank you to staff, but I do also agree with most of what's been said by my fellow council members about being bold. So I would say that I don't understand, just like Bob said, why we would have tables on sidewalks with a walkway, presumably between the tables and the restaurant, or on the outside of the tables between the tables and tables which might be in parking spots. So having pedestrians on sidewalks where we have tables on sidewalks and tables in parking lots and then cars in the streets on the other side of the tables doesn't make much sense to me at all. If you're going to close the parking lot, sorry, the parking spaces, public parking spaces on streets like West Pearl, I would think the easiest thing to do would be to give the sidewalk completely over to the restaurant or the retail shop, and to give the parking spots completely over, and to close the streets and have the pedestrians go on the streets. So I'm just re-describing what Bob has described, but saying I think it will work better for the pedestrians as well as the restaurants and retail. And the cars are not going to miss that small stretch of street on either the east or west end of Pearl, particularly if the parking spots are all closed off. So I further agree with Bob and others who have said that if you close off the parking spots, in some places there's little use to having a private vehicle go down those streets. So I want to also call out that I love the fact that there's going to be an update on this scheduled for July 28th. So assuming we get started June 30th with the program, July 28th gives us a date. Maybe we should go faster than that. I don't know. I will say to Mark, I don't think we're going to make Memorial Day weekend. That's this weekend. And we will not have even heard from the governor until Memorial Day. So I'm afraid Memorial Day is going to pass us by without having alfresco dining, just because of when it happens to be this year. But that being said, I still agree that we should move as fast as we can to deal with the applications. I think that going to 1 to 2 days, Bob, seems a little aggressive to me. It would be great if we could wave our wand and get there, but 15 days down to 2 days, I think we may end up with something more realistic at 3 to 5 days business-wise. I know every day seems like an eternity for the folks who are closed, so we should minimize that. At the same time, there will be a rush. We have to recognize that there's going to be a rush of applications, and the first ones will be going through the very first time and probably coming up with issues we didn't think of. So I agree we should try and shorten it from 15 days. If we get relief from the governor on the liquor component of it, it certainly seems like we could shut that down by half or more. On street closures, I think it's almost a no-brainer to do East and West Pearl, 2 blocks on each side, both because of the reasons others have said. But I also think that there's a culture of walking on Pearl Street, you know, and getting there in some way, whether it's by bike or walking or bus or car. But people end up on the periphery of the mall where they enter from, and then they come into the mall, and then they make their way up and down the mall. So adding a couple blocks on each end that have that same kind of gestalt and behavior that people come to expect, I think is something that we'd be able to manage, because the core is already there in that way and is functioning extremely well. And, you know, I could imagine that in the long run, what might come out of this is something permanent if it works well. I also agree with Rachel's point about the Hill and 13th Street. I've long thought, ever since we've started that revitalization effort up there, that you could make a micro Pearl Street Mall on the Hill, which would only be helpful, I think, for the shops which are up there and attract people to that location. I also think 13th downtown is something we should look at. Between Arapahoe and Canyon, you have the farmers market area. Do we really need cars to be able to go in there? I question that. Maybe for drop off, but generally, I'm not sure that we need much more. And then you go to Canyon and Walnut, which are through streets, which I don't think you would make it very easy to close there. But then you go north of Walnut, between Walnut and Spruce on 13th. And again, do you really need cars going there or not? There's minimal parking spots. It's one way. We've already got bikes running the other way, wouldn't it be interesting to also close off more of 13th downtown? So I'm not saying do it all at once. I'm just kind of brainstorming with what other council members have put out there, and think that if things go well, if we do street closures in a couple spots, then we should look at a couple other spots. Duration, I want to jump in on what Aaron and others have said. I think going, planning right now to go to September 30th and adapting to whatever large events would be acceptable. And I am not sure if we did extend that, it certainly doesn't seem like June 30th as a cutoff would make much sense. I can imagine you don't want to go through all the headache of doing something just to have 2 or 3 or 4 weeks. But, if we're going to September and we have the cutoff for the September closures at July 30th, I think that would work as well. So end of the day, I think staff has done a really good job of setting us up for success. They've moved really quickly. That's something that pretty much just got thrown in their laps all of a sudden. I think this is a good plan. I think we're ahead of what we're going to hear from the governor on the 25th. And I would ask staff, now that you've heard from all of council, if staff has any questions about what you've heard or feedback, I think now would be a great time to close out on that.
Thank you, Council. And we really appreciate this feedback. We pretty much thought you would say that. So we appreciate the direction and are preparing to do everything that we need to do to support the business community and the Alliance partners. We will be back in touch with you around some of the related costs and discussions we have with our Alliance partners. I have a question for David Gear. David, do we need to have any special authority for Jane so that we don't have to come back to council before we do anything, or can you help me with that?
Sure. No, I don't think so. I think that the traffic engineer has the authority to close streets so that we can do that. And I think that with respect to changes that are required in the zoning code, we'll do that with emergency orders.
Thanks, David. And I just want to thank all of the departments that have worked so diligently over these last couple of days. I appreciate you. And let's get these things processed and posted. Thanks, everybody. Jane, did you have anything else for us?
Hi. No, Yvette, thank you so much. Thank you to all of the staff members and to council for your great guidance. As Yvette said, we did expect that this would be the result, and it's exciting for the city of Boulder. So thanks again to everyone and staff. We've got our work cut out for us, but we can make it so.
Yes, thank you.
Very good. Thank you all for that. Thank you for being so receptive to our feedback. I know it gives you more work to do. I will say that I hope that this gives hope to our restaurant industry in town, that they can see that the governor's going to make some changes to support them. The city's working as hard as we can to support them. We want to continue to hear what more we can do. So we hope to hear back from our restaurateurs who have built up such a vibrant community, and keep up hope. The community definitely supports our local restaurants. Obviously, that's how we ended up with such a great scene, and we will try and preserve every one of those that we can going forward in the face of this challenging time. So thank you all.
Yes, thank you. Sam, is this our opportunity for a quick break?
If we'd like, sure, I'm happy to do that. Let's take then a 5-minute break and be back here at 8:55. Does that work? Very good. Thank you.
Jonathan, I see you joined the meeting as Jonathan. Can I get a full name for you?
Yes, Sarah, Jonathan Cohen.
I thought that might be the case. Let me rename you and I'll elevate you to panelist for the work plan discussion.
Thank you, Sarah.
Okay. Ted Waverka, I'm not sure if you can hear me, but I wanted to let you know that we already did the public hearing that you were signed up to speak at, and unfortunately you weren't present, so the mayor moved on. They did vote for that plenty unanimously. You're more than welcome to stay on to the meeting, but I didn't want you to be hanging out if you were hoping you were going to be able to speak.
Thank you, Sarah. I saw your note.
Okay, terrific. Great. I'll get you back into listening mode then.
Okay.
I'll turn you tomorrow.
I got 3 miles. Okay, everyone, can you hear me? It looks like we have the inimitable Heather Bergman here with us to help us get through the next really difficult, contentious session that we have coming. So, Lynette, do you want to kick us off?
Sure. There was no action on the call-up, so you'll move ahead to your work plan discussion.
Very good. Jane?
So thank you very much. We do have Heather Bergman here, and I have a presentation that I'm going to roll through. But Heather, do you want to start off by saying hello?
Hello, Council. I am excited to be with you here tonight and to follow up on our retreat prioritization conversation. Of course, the universe has changed substantially since you set these priorities earlier this year. And so we'll spend some time today figuring out what you think the current condition means for priorities and see if we can leave our time together tonight with some clarity for you all, for staff, and of course for the community about what the work plan looks like for the remainder of the year. Jane, you want to take it away?
Yeah, thank you so much, Heather, and thank you, Council. So as you will recall, we had scheduled to have a study session on the work plan, just an update in July. July 14th was the date that we had selected. And the Council asked, in light of the changing circumstances in our world, that we move it up to tonight's night. And we are going to continue to reserve July 14th for one of the main topics that has been a Council priority, which is homelessness. And we'll talk about that just in a minute. Also, I want to say to you, which was in the memo, that at the time of the retreat, in addition to the many Council priorities that we are working on, you also created a list of around 8 or 10 items that you wanted to revisit in the summer. Those items were in your packet, and they included things like the minimum wage, Diagonal Plaza, the East Bookend. All of those items, we are here to tell you we need to delay until your retreat in January, and then we'll be in a much better position to review those. But tonight, I'm going to take a quick view of the items that were your top priorities and where they stand. And I'm starting out with a very quick financial briefing because we wanted to set that context. And the retreat committee, Bob and Mary, asked that we do that as well. So here we go. We're going to just have 2 slides on it. So the first one is the 2020 revenue forecast model. And at the meeting that we had at the end of April, you saw 3 different scenarios of what our budget will look like for 2020. And we had great testimony from Rich Wobekin and Brian Lewandowski from the CU Lead School to help us understand which of these scenarios we might have. Of course, we don't know, it's a guess. But under the scenarios that we have scenario A, which is a U-shaped recovery with a downturn, I guess, in the third quarter of around 12%. In scenario B, we had the swoosh-shaped recovery, which was a quick downturn and a very, very slow increase in return to more normal. And then in scenario C, we called the W-shaped recovery. And again, this was a recovery in which we fear that things could go wrong in the fourth quarter, a return of the virus, perhaps, economic hardship. And at that point, in quarter 4, we could have a downturn of as much as 25%. So on to the next slide. And I wanted to show you what this looks like on the various funds that the city has. So of course, we spend a lot of time when we talk about these matters looking at the general fund. And you can see that we're suggesting that the general fund could be down between 16.7 million and 21 million. But I want you to take a look at some of the other funds. And just for ease and quickness, I'm going to look at scenario C. So the Open Space and Mountain Parks Fund could be down as much as almost $6 million. The 25-cent sales tax fund, which is Parks and Recreation, could be down as much as 1.7 million. The Recreation Activity Fund is an interesting one because under every single scenario, they're down almost $4 million. This is a fund that is not dependent on sales and use tax revenues for the most part. It's dependent on user fees. And as we know, we haven't been able to operate our recreation centers, our camps, things like that. So that will be about $4 million across the board. The Transportation Fund, Bill talked to you a little bit about it earlier tonight, and that could range from $4.7 million to $6.5 million over the course of the year. And then finally, Community Culture and Safety could be down between 1.3 and 2 million. So you can see that all of our different funds are impacted by the downturn in the economy that we're suffering. It's not just the general fund. And so we wanted you to have that in mind as we move on to quickly go through the priorities that you set. So on to the next one. And the first priority is adopting the racial equity plan. So this is a priority that is on track, I guess I would say. The one thing that we're lacking at this point is that we had intended in the fall or in the spring of this year to be doing more in-person community engagement, and that's currently on hold. But our proposed racial equity plan is finished, and we wanted to take that out to the community. And we are waiting, I guess, for an opportunity to do more, to do some in-person community engagement. But that one has been moving along well. On to the next slide. Boulder Electric Utility Development. You heard quite a bit about this last week. We are in settlement negotiations with Xcel Energy, and COVID has not really had an impact on our progress on this particular priority. Next one. The Climate Mobilization Action Plan. This is an effort that, again, we are continuing to work on, but similar to the racial equity plan, the in-person community engagement is on hold, and that is limiting our ability to execute short-term actions and to develop our broader partnership strategy. And Jonathan Cohen is here, just as is every advocate for all of the priorities on our staff. You can ask further questions about that. Next one. Our financial strategy committee. Hey, maybe we can check this one off because we did launch it last week and it already had its first meeting. I guess maybe it was last week that we had our first meeting. So things are moving forward on this, and we're really pleased that the Financial Strategy Committee exists because it will be able to help us as we move forward planning our financial future for the next few years. So next item, phase 2 of community benefits. Council will recall that we did have an update to the council on April 14th, just at the beginning of the whole COVID incident. And you asked us to continue working on it, which we're doing. The COVID impact has been not apparent at all, and we'll be returning to council in the third quarter for options for your consideration. Next item. Phase 2 of the use tables and standards revisions. Again, this is in progress and on schedule. COVID has not had an impact on this. We have weekly meetings with our subcommittee, and we're doing those in June. And we're moving toward targeted and citywide public outreach online, hopefully ramping up with the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan efforts. So this one seems to be moving along well. Next item. Adopting the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan. Again, this one is in progress and on schedule. The working group has been doing an amazing job of collaborating via Zoom, and their work has continued. One of the things, though, that COVID has impacted us is that our city furloughs have impacted this work, and we are proposing, and you will see this when we come forward with the finances in June, that we will reduce our funding, we hope, for consultants to support this sub-community plan. So we're going to be pulling back on some of the funding we had there, but we believe that we're moving forward well on this particular item. Next item. An annexation framework, including a plan and schedule for CU South. And of course, this goes in connection with what I'll talk about later, which is the South Boulder Creek plan. But on this one, COVID has had a very minimal impact. Our staff continues to be working with CU, are soliciting feedback from our boards and commissions, and you will be hearing much more about that in the month of June. On June 16th, we'll be talking about it. We are not going to bring forward on June 16th a discussion of the annexation framework. What we need on the 16th is a decision on the South Boulder Creek flood control project. But after that, our continued engagement with CU Boulder will lead us toward the annexation negotiations. So next item, the homelessness strategy. COVID has had a significant impact on our homelessness strategy. We've had increased costs. We've had less ability to communicate with our clients. Our shelter bed capacity has changed things, and there's been a restructuring of the housing voucher prioritization. As I indicated earlier, we're going to have an in-depth discussion about all of the work around our homelessness strategy on July 14th, and so there's more to come there. Next. The middle income down payment pilot. I believe we spoke to council about this earlier during the beginning of the COVID crisis. And Right now, our local lenders are actually overwhelmed with processing stimulus requests, and also our staff has been diverted as well to our COVID recovery center. And so this project is on hold at this point, and we will be resuming it as we start to move forward much later in the year. Next item. Manufactured housing strategy. We have reduced staff availability in terms of this item, but we are continuing to work on an ordinance package, and we are hoping to bring that forward to council in the month of July. So while this has experienced some delays, we think we still are on a good plane to get this moving forward this year. Next item. Police oversight is absolutely on track. The team has been meeting via Zoom since March, doing a really great job there. We are going to be preparing an information packet item on the team's progress, and that will be submitted in June. And then we are looking for a revised ordinance for later in the fall. Next item. This is the one we've all been waiting for. On June 16th, council will consider making a decision for the flood mitigation project on South Boulder Creek. And we're currently in the process of engaging the public and getting feedback from our boards and commissions. After June, we will continue to work on the preliminary design, permitting, and approval process. Next item. Hey, 20 is plenty. I think we did that tonight, so good work, council. Next item. Micro-mobility items concerning dockless bike share, e-scooters, and discussions about where bikes can go, where peds should go, things like that. That came up near the end of last year, and it was highlighted at the council retreat. We have a few items that are coming forward. Dockless bike shares, I think, is coming forward next week for first reading. Clearly, the pandemic is impacting some of our micro-mobility companies and their ability to provide services, but we do have some things scheduled for the next few months. And we, in fact, want to come to council in September on regulations concerning standard and electric bikes. So this is continuing, but it's a little bit delayed and will be coming much more up for discussion, I guess I'll say, in the fall. Next item. So planning and development services projects. And I believe that this one I'm turning over to Charles Farrow. Charles?
Thanks very much, Jane. So you'll notice in the packet that for the P&DS City Council priority projects, we provided you with a number of options. So I just wanted to run through those really quickly so that you had a clear idea of what staff was recommending. So on community benefit and site review criteria, staff recognizes that this has been a really important project to council for the past few years and recommends that the project proceed as scoped and scheduled with completion in late 2020 or early 2021. Similarly, with use tables, the subcommittee has done extensive work this year and is nearing completion. Staff is ready to start synthesizing some of those recommendations and start working with the public. And the project is also linked to some of the East Boulder subcommunity work, which is also underway. So we recommend that this one also move forward as scoped and scheduled. East Boulder subcommunity plan, staff's recommending proceeding with an adjusted scope that without consulting services and adjusted schedule to reflect the impacts related to furloughed staff. But we do recommend that it continue on. As Jane mentioned, CU South annexation, staff recognizes the importance of this work and understands that council wants that to continue. So we recommend that that move on as well. And then finally, while not one of the council priorities, an important item, it's worth noting that staff recommends that the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan midterm update also move forward on a slightly adjusted schedule that reflects the impacts from furloughed staff. So I'm here to answer any questions. Carl Geiler is here to answer any questions, and so is Jim Robertson.
Thanks, Charles. And I believe that is actually our last slide. I wanted to go through it really quickly so that you'd get a good overview of where we are on your projects. We have staff members here to answer your questions on every one of them. And so I turn it back to the mayor. And actually to Heather.
I was going to say,
Heather.
The mayor doesn't have a role here.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, the mayor can have thoughts. So thanks, Jane. So Jane, one more just quick clarifying question to set the stage for council. You indicated specifically that there were furloughs that might be impacting contractors on the East Boulder Sub-Community Plan, but otherwise, does staff have bandwidth for more work in addition to what's already on the work plan, what you described, the couple of items that you've already talked about this evening, or are the staff that are available to work on council priorities already fully committed?
I would say that they're already fully committed.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. So council, we have a couple of things to discuss tonight. The first thing is, as Jane indicated, I want to see if you have any questions about the current status or trajectory of your priorities from the retreat. Sounds like many, if not most, are full speed ahead or pretty close. A couple of items maybe slowing down. Given that that's the case, are you satisfied that things are on target? Do you have any suggested revisions to the work plan based on what you heard tonight or what you know from other things? So Sam, can I start with you? Do you have a question or a comment?
Yeah, I've got questions. And do you have access to the hand raising?
I sure
as well.
Yeah.
All right, super. Okay, great. So a few questions, and Jane, you can direct who these go to. So one thing that caught my attention about the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan is a DRCOG project that was referenced called the 55th and Arapahoe Station. Could you remind us of what that is? And it sounded like something was related to the overall schedule there. So if we could go back to the slide in your presentation on the subcommunity plan, that might be helpful.
So I'm not controlling the slides, someone else is. And okay. Jim Robertson is available to answer that question.
Yes, thank you, Jane. Sam, what this is in late 2019, our Go Boulder team was successful in being awarded, it's federal money, but it's a program administered by Denver Regional Council of Governments, $200,000 grant to support the creation of a so-called station area master plan for 55th and Arapahoe. And the key to that, the reason that particular location is that is a location that DRCOG has identified as a station in a future bus rapid transit line that would run along Arapahoe and farther eastward, many miles to the eastward, actually. And so we got that grant. I should note it is supported by a $40,000 local contribution. So in other words, we would have to pony up $40,000 in order to secure the $200,000. I should note one other thing, and then I'm happy to answer further questions, that grant, that DRCOG grant can only be spent, and we're absolutely creating sort of a wall of China here to ensure that that money can only be spent on work related to the station area master plan. We cannot move money from that grant over into the sub-community planning project. I'm happy to answer further questions if you have any about that.
I do, and that's great. And, you know, a station there is much needed. So I think this is a really good idea generally. Do you have a location at 55th and Arapahoe identified, or is it going to be looking at like the four corners and figuring out which one makes the most sense? Like, what's that project going to be about, and how will it tie into the overall sub-community plan? Because the bullet says linked to that. So,
yeah, I think we don't have a particular exact location. There would probably be a station for the westbound, on the westbound side, which of course would be the north side of the street, and a station for the eastbound, which would be on the south side of the street. Generally, these types of stations are located on the far side of intersections. In other words, the westbound station would be located on the west side of 55th and vice versa for the eastbound station. The relationship to the overall subcommunity plan, and this is why we have essentially co-joined these projects, notwithstanding the fact that the funding needs to remain isolated within each one. is because this has been identified through the work we've already done on the East Boulder Sub-Community Plan as probably the greatest single opportunity for evolution of the East Boulder subcommunity. It is already commercially oriented. It's a major intersection, and there's tremendous opportunity there for growth and development and achievement of some of the both sub-community plan goals and the city's overall goals. So that's why we joined these two together.
Great. It seems very exciting. Does anyone else have a colloquy or question? Because I have a couple others.
Of the hands that are up, is anyone on this same point? Aaron, are you on this point? I'll just take a yes or no with the head there. No. Junie, are you on the same point?
No, 2 different points.
Okay, I'm going to come back to you then. Sam, did you have other questions?
I do have a few other questions. Middle income down payment assistance, it certainly seems like there's a lot of headwinds there. Do we want to just go ahead and declare this kind of off the work plan, because it's on hold right now, until say 2021 and reassess at that point? Because it doesn't look like there's anything here that's coming back this year. And while obviously I'm a big fan of the potential of a program like this, it doesn't seem like now is a good time to be spending time on it.
I think the answer is yes.
Okay, so the idea here would be to move this off.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hold on that one, Sam. I'll make a note to come back and I will poll council to see if y'all are all on the same page about that. So we'll come back on that question. Go ahead, Sam.
Cool. Very good. Then we've got South Boulder Creek annexation running along, I don't know, in parallel or on a different track, because there's 2 slides for the annexation and then the flood mitigation decision making. And so I'll just point out that for the flood mitigation decision making, we are going to hear that June, I think, 16th. Just a heads up for everyone, reminder that the last of the Board and Commissions meeting is the Open Space Board of Trustees hearing on the 3rd. And so that will be a big one, June 3rd, and then our hearing. As far as the annexation process itself goes, is there a timeline for that? So it says we'll return to council for feedback, but I don't think we're going to spend too much time there on annexation per se. And so I guess my question to staff is, what is the timeline on the annexation side for wanting to have our first, say, study session about details of taking the guiding principles into an annexation agreement? So presumably there's a study session at some point, and then down the line, some kind of public hearing. So is there more detail on the annexation piece of the CU South project?
Jane, do you want me to handle that?
Yes, I do, because I don't know the answer.
Thank you. Yeah, as Sam, you correctly pointed out, the focus on June 16th is really the flood control project. The one item that council identified back in February to come back with in June was at least some further details as to how the principles expressed in the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan's guiding principles could begin to be turned into sort of measurable, actionable, and accountable terms that would ultimately find their way into an annexation agreement. So we will be prepared on June 16th to talk about that. But beyond that, beyond June 16th, the next big step is working towards what we're calling a draft annexation framework. That is not an actual annexation agreement, but it is a document that would express most all of the key terms, key elements, and a proposed resolution for all those key elements in an ultimate annexation agreement. We will be working between June and the end of the year, continuing to have our negotiations with CU. There will probably be some additional involvement, especially of the planning board, perhaps of other boards. And I anticipate, I don't have an exact date, but I do anticipate we would be returning probably to council towards the end of the year, if not in early 2021, as we approach this annexation framework.
Great. So the next milestone on the annexation side is roughly end of the year, and it's more or less a term sheet. So the framework sounds like a term sheet to me, where you've got all the major items kind of detailed, maybe not resolved in any way, but you're like, here's what we need to get through to do an annexation.
That's correct. And of course, I should point out, and you know this at least as well as I do, Sam, we've always kind of kept the annexation agreement moving alongside the flood control project, because the two are rather inextricably linked. And if we want to ultimately, when we get to the point where we want to execute a flood control project, we need to have an annexation agreement ready at that time.
Great. And then I only have one more.
Can I just on your point real quick, Sam?
Please go ahead.
Or
yep.
Heather, if it's your choice now. So I didn't quite get a definitive maybe target date for when we hope annexation would actually be completed. What's our current timeline for that? Has that been pushed back at all?
Let's see, I'm trying to remember, and maybe Joe Tadeucci can, if can help me. We're tying it to the schedule of the flood project in terms of so that they ultimately arrive at a point of finality. In other words, we're ready to start executing the flood project. I, for some reason, don't have that at the top of my head right now.
Joe, do you remember?
So good evening, Council. Joe Tadeucci, Utilities Director. And I'll be honest with you, I'm so focused on the intense process that's right in front of us here before June that I don't have the details committed to memory right now. But I think we're looking at a couple-year process for the design and permitting, and just reiterate what Jim said, that we're in an ideal world, the annexation and the flood mitigation would reach the finish line at the same time, because we need an annexation agreement in order for construction to start on the project.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. Yeah, I guess we're both kind of focused on what lies in the next weeks and months. I've
been right there with you, so maybe you could just give us like a reminder of sort of what was the previous target for finalizing an annexation agreement, and are we looking at changing the dates at all? And then just a second point, because Sam had mentioned OSBT hearing coming up. For any listeners and other council members as well, there's a pretty big meeting tomorrow for public engagement that people might be interested in on the flood design. So anybody who's interested in CU South, I don't know if somebody wants to share the information with the public on that.
Yep, 6 o'clock tomorrow.
It's on the Be Heard Boulder website. You can find information, and people have to register to join.
Fantastic. And Jim, can you just commit to following up with council on what the target date was?
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
Great. Final question here. It's about transportation. So if we could go look at the slide where we talk about bikes and e-bikes, and there you go. So my question was, as I look at this, the question I had was at the very last bullet. It says discussions about where it is safe and appropriate for different modes to operate. The bullet right above it says regulation on standard and electric bikes for September. And I'm a little fuzzy here, because it seems to me like we need one big package of reform around like sidewalks and what can be on sidewalks and when and where. And what's the idea of separating out standard and electric bikes for September, and then different modes, whatever is included in that, for some time later? So what's the thinking around this one?
Yeah, Bill Cowren needs to answer this.
Hi, Bill.
Yep. Bill Cowren is here. Sam, sorry for the confusion. Those two bullets are essentially the same. The discussions about where it's safe and appropriate for different modes to operate occur as a part of that September discussion. So those are the same.
Okay, great. And so what we're expecting in December is some kind of straw man proposal from transportation around how to approach kind of all the modes, sidewalks and bike lanes all together in one package?
In September, yes.
Yeah, and will that lead to an ordinance? Is this kind of like September's a study session where we're going to be looking at the concepts, or September when we're going to be considering an ordinance?
My understanding is that first and second reading of ordinance changes both occur in September.
Awesome. Okay, very good. That's all my questions, Heather. Thank you.
Thanks, Sam. Junie, what do you have for the team?
Yes, thank you. I have several questions. I know that Jane just talked about community engagement, and I had an issue with my computer. I didn't hear everything that she said about that, and I know she mentioned something about Zoom, and she mentioned how it is on hold, and when she was talking about equity. And I know that we've done a few chat with councils, but what I wanted to ask her if there is an opportunity to use, I don't know, the internet to engage with people, because I understand now it is on hold, but are we looking into ways of connecting with community members and still be able to do engagement online?
Thanks, Junie. I'm hopeful that Sarah Huntley or Amy Kane might be on the call, but the thing that I will say to you is that we are going to be using forms of the internet, of course, to engage with people, but we have felt that with regard to some of these items, in particular, the ones that I mentioned were the racial equity piece and the climate action plan, that those two we felt like would be more impactful if we could also have in-person meetings and conversations. So I'm going to ask, hopefully, Sarah to comment on that.
Sure.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. This is Sarah Huntley again, the engagement manager for the city. Thanks for your question, Junie. We are absolutely moving public engagement to the extent that we possibly can online, recognizing that it will be a while before we can safely gather in groups of any significant number. We are not only hosting the council meetings and many board and commissions online, we're also continuing the work of the East Boulder Sub-Community Working Group. We have the information session tomorrow night on CU South and South Boulder Creek flood mitigation. And the library in particular is also doing a lot of programming online. As Jane mentioned, we are trying to balance what we know about best practices in terms of in-person engagement and the inclusivity that you can achieve in in-person engagement with the need to continue our engagement efforts. So each opportunity that comes forward, we ask staff some pretty close questions about, is there a need, in fact, to do this engagement at this time? What's the capacity of staff to support an online forum? And what do we think the capacity is of our intended audience members? One of the things that we're very mindful of is that people are dealing with a lot of stresses right now, and there may be some types of topics that they're more inclined to participate in and others where they would prefer to wait. And then, of course, some of our more sensitive topics, we can do online engagement, but we know that we're probably going to have to go out to hard to reach populations to make sure that we're getting equitable participation. And that's really better done in person. So we're trying to balance all of these things, but we definitely don't want to minimize our commitment to engagement. We're just having to be creative about new ways of reaching people.
Okay, thank you. I have two more questions.
Go ahead.
For the micromobility, I know that on the slides it's mentioned June 2nd, and for the e-scooter June 2nd as well. But I heard Jane mentioning next week. Is there something happening with dockless bike next week?
Yeah, so I could have the dates wrong, but what I believe is going on is that we're going to have first reading on the dockless bike share next week and second reading on June 9th.
Okay, so I think my question went back to the same question that Sam asked, because to me, I was wondering, because it's first reading and then second reading, and the second reading for e-scooter will happen on June 2nd. So I'm wondering, why are these two disconnected?
Yep.
And I think that's the same question that Sam just asked as well.
Yeah, so again, I apologize if there's any confusion. I think that the first reading of the dockless bike share actually happened tonight, and the second reading occurs in June. When we are having the second reading, since it's a public hearing and our staff will be there, we're also including in that conversation a discussion about the e-scooter moratorium and some alternatives that we had come up with after the prior conversations that we had with council, one of which is an e-scooter pilot. We want to get some direction about that going into the summer so that we could be prepared when the moratorium is getting close to ending in the fall to be able to implement that pilot if that's council's direction. So we're going to try and do both of those things at that meeting.
Thank you so much. That's exactly what I was thinking, that these two things are so they relate to each other, and it would make sense to keep them together. And I think my last comment or question concerning the down payment assistance, I wasn't on council around that time, so I understand the priorities were different back then. But I just wanted to say that to me, affordable housing is still something that is very important, even in these challenging times. I don't know if it's a great idea to put it on hold. I know it's a lot of money, maybe restructuring what it looks like. And I would want to know more from other council members whether this is something they would be happy to put on hold until next year, because it is something that is so, so important. And I wanted to know why putting it on hold is the default right now.
Kurt Fernhaber is on the line, and he's going to answer your question, Junie.
Hello, Junie. Thank you for that question. So there's multiple challenges that we're having right now. One is that our markets are also changing as well. So this was a new, very innovative program, and it has required lots of input from the finance industry. We're trying something that we don't think has been done before. And the finance industry has not been able to be engaged in helping us through this over the last 2+ months. We need to receive their input in developing this innovative program. There are a number of challenges with implementing this, and we're also concerned about not implementing it correctly. It's also worth noting, I believe there's 220 affordable units that have been added to the city in this year. It's probably the biggest year we've had in 2 years. We probably have more affordable housing being built right now than we have in quite some time. However, that doesn't make up for the efforts that we need to continue to make around middle income.
May I colloquy on Kurt's answer?
Absolutely.
I agree with everything Kurt said, and I do agree with Sam that this is probably something we just take off the work plan for this year and consider at our January retreat. I think it's really important that we make a distinction between low-income housing, which is what Kurt was referring to, the 220 units, and middle-income housing. This is a down payment assistance program. So in addition to the fact that our bank partners are kind of distracted right now and are not able to help us put together this program, which has never been done before and is unique and requires a lot of work and thought and participation from our banks, there simply probably aren't that many middle-income families buying houses right now. The number of houses on the market has decreased significantly as sellers have pulled houses off the market, probably because there's not a whole lot of buyers. And so even if we had a program that was, so it's not a cost issue. This program actually doesn't cost us money. It's just I think even if we had a program that was up and running right now, that we probably wouldn't have a whole lot of applications because there's not a whole lot of middle income people actually buying houses and seeking down payment assistance. So I don't think we're going to miss a whole lot of people if we put this on hold for 6 months, because I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of people in that cohort to actually help.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, may I colloquy? I just was, I have a question for Kurt, wondering how property valuations might affect this program as well, and how that would affect the loans that we would be doing.
Yeah, so I'll also agree with Bob that I think he was also somewhat getting to your question. The market has changed, and it is changing right now. And a program like this, where housing values went into a negative direction, would significantly impact people's willingness to engage in such a program.
Okay, and as I said, I'll come back and I'll poll you all to see if you want to take this off the work plan or not once we hear the additional comments. But of course, you are free to comment on it when your hand is up. Junie, thanks for your questions. Aaron, I have you next.
Thanks. So a question for planning staff on the community benefit phase 2 project. So I read in the memo that you had a few different options that you were considering, some of which were changing the scope. And I just wanted to clarify, look like what you're recommending right now is that the scope continue as it was before. Is that correct?
Hi, Carl.
Buddy, yes, that is correct. Option A includes moving forward with the project as we were.
Okay, that's great to hear, because I think all the different alternatives that were potentially to be included in that have some real value. So I'm glad to hear that that's what you've settled on. So that's all I have for questions.
Great, thanks, Aaron. Mary, how about you?
Yes, I had a question about the manufactured housing strategy. If we could look at that slide. Or maybe not. I think I might be able to do it from memory. I was wondering what the ordinances that will be brought forward are. And I was also wondering what things would not be addressed from the strategy.
So Kurt, can you answer that?
Absolutely. So there's 3 particular areas that we'll be bringing forward. One is simply a cleanup of the current codes that we have. What we have found over the last couple of years is that the codes have been difficult to enforce, and we want to strengthen the protections for the residents in these communities, and cleaning up that code will create clarification on how we do that. The second thing deals with communication and the requirements for owners of manufactured home communities in how they communicate policies, the access for language, and those types of things. The third is the requirement, improving the requirements for leases, and which includes how rent increases are communicated, and how they are shown over time. So the second part of your question is, what are we not bringing forward? The things that were, so one of the things that changed last year as we were going through this strategy update is, in parallel, the state was, as you well know, making significant strides in various areas and protections around people living in manufactured home communities. Some of those things have slowed down at the state level as a result of the impacts of COVID and their ability to move legislation forward. We will be watching that to see if they get to some of the things that they had committed to. If they don't, it could require us to come back and do some of those things at a local level. But primarily the community engagement and a lot of the work in preparation for these ordinances had been done just prior to COVID coming on the scene. So we believe that in later July, we'll be able to bring this forward to council with most of the things that you had asked for.
Thank you, Kurt.
Any other questions for staff based on the presentation? Okay. So council, we have several questions for you to consider. For the PNDS, you have a couple items where they have proposed to you options. Would love to know if you support the staff recommendations for community benefits and for use tables. The other suggestion on the table is to just remove from the work plan the middle income down payment pilot project and defer that for a future discussion at your January retreat. Let's start with the middle income because you've already talked a little bit about it. I heard several different reasons for deferring it, among them changing in market and potential utility of the project at this time. Also, the lack of availability of the banking and industry partners to participate in a conversation on account of they're doing a bunch of other stuff, COVID related. It sounded like, Sam, you had proposed and were supportive of deferring it. Bob, I heard that from you as well. So Sam, I'll come back to you after maybe I hear from a couple other members of council. Aaron, what's your thought on this one?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like what we have to do right now is to defer it, and that's because of the condition of the financial industry, and we need their help and their support here. I will say I actually have a neighbor who was interested in buying a home in the area, was really hoping for support from this program recently. So I actually know of one person who's really interested in the program. However, I think if you dug into it and talked about how houses losing value might compromise how it would work out for her, she might well not be so much. But just to give folks an idea that there is interest in the program out there. So I look forward to when we can get back to it.
Thanks, Aaron. Mark, what's on your mind about this one?
Well, I think Sam is right. We're simply deferring to reality at this point. I agree with Kurt that it's important that this project be rolled out and rolled out well. It's very innovative, and it's very important that we execute it correctly when we do roll it out. And if the conditions are not appropriate, then I just don't think we can go ahead, because I do not want us to fail on this.
Excellent. Thanks, Mark. All right, Sam, I see no other hands, so I'd love to hear from you, and then I will poll council and see where we are.
Yeah, I just agree with what else has been said already. This is an important and necessary program approved by the voters. It clearly, has a lot of community will behind it and momentum. It's just not the right time to be trying to do it. There's just so much going on with the financial industry right now, and so much confusion that even trying to explain it in the current context would be quite difficult. So it's unfortunate, but I think what other council members have said is right.
Fantastic. Okay, thank you. So council members, if you are supportive of removing the middle income down payment pilot project from the work plan and deferring it for future consideration at your January retreat, I would love it if you would please raise your hand. An unraised hand means that you're not supportive. Oh, you're doing visual raising hands. Okay, fantastic. So I see Sam Weaver's hand up. I see Rachel's hand. I see Aaron's hand. I see Bob. I see Mark. I see Junie. I see Mirabai. I see Adam. I see Mary. That is a unanimous decision to defer that bad boy. So that's one thing. Fantastic. Again, it's an unfortunate situation, but it sounds like you can circle back to it and have another chance when the time is perhaps more appropriate. Jane, is it a good time now to talk about these two items from P&DS and the options and poll council there?
That would be great. Yes.
Okay. So council, if we could start with community benefits, you see in your packet and heard from staff that they have proposed for you a couple of options. And they are recommending for you the option A, which is to continue to work on site benefit criteria, update and analysis and the 3 primary community benefits. So would love to take any discussion on that before we hear your perspectives. Does anyone want to say anything prior to indicating support for the staff recommendation or lack thereof? So council, if you are supportive of accepting staff's recommendation on option A for community benefits, if you would please raise whatever hand you got, digital or otherwise. I see Sam, Rachel, Aaron, Bob, Mark, Junie, Mary, Adam, Mirabai. That's it. That's the team right there. Council, thank you very much. And then similar question related to use tables. Staff has given you several recommendations, and again, they are recommending option A, which is to continue the work with the use table subcommittee and develop recommendations and conduct outreach as feasible in 2020. Council, do you have any comments on this one before I ask you what your thoughts are on the recommendation? Nope. Okay. Council, if you would please raise some kind of a hand if you are supportive of the staff recommendation, that would be great. I see Sam, I see Rachel, I see Aaron, I see Junie, Mark, Bob, Mary, Adam, and Mirabai. Another unanimous support of the staff recommendation there. Fantastic. So where we had specific questions from staff or from members of council about changes to the work plan, we have addressed those. Council, do you have any other thoughts or questions related to the work plan as you now understand it? Yep. Sam, what do you got for me? And then I'll come to Aaron.
I wanted to see if this is an appropriate time to bring up process issues, because I do have a comment or two on process, but I don't know if that feathers in here or not.
We have a whole agenda item on process stuff related to COVID, financial updates, and then we have some council items. So if it's one of those things, council procedures. So if it's one of those, we'll come back to it. Right now I'm on work plan. Is it process for work plan or process for those other things?
Other things.
Okay, let's come back to you. Fantastic. Aaron, how about you?
I just wanted to thank Jane and the staff for putting this together. You've made this an easy choice for us, and particularly planning and development. Y'all have somehow managed to keep almost everything on track. It's extraordinary. So thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Aaron. Rachel, what's on your mind?
So I'm a little bit confused on the process and when to bring things up. But I had a question on transportation and possibly adding something to the work plan. Is this the right time?
This would be the time.
I do know that it's moving us in the wrong direction because we're trying to kind of thin out what we're doing, but I'm still going to bring it up. So, and I've talked to several of you about it, so thanks for talking through it with me, to those of you that I spoke with. So it's mostly transportation related, but it dovetails with climate issues too. And I would say that COVID has inspired a lot of creativity and kind of rapid fire transportation and street use related responses around the world. So I'm hoping that we can use this opportunity to gather information and consider current innovations that are going on again around the world through the lenses of Vision Zero, Transportation Master Plan, and Climate Mobilization Action Plan. I would propose that we ask staff and or TAB to evaluate what our peer cities are doing in response to COVID and see if there are new ideas that might help us in meeting our Vision Zero and CMAP goals. An example of current innovation is one of the ideas that we enthusiastically supported tonight, letting restaurants and retail spill out into streets. And I think that there are a lot more creative approaches out there, and I would just like for us to know what they are and to consider somewhat systematically whether we would like to think about employing some of them in Boulder. So I'll stop there for now, but that's essentially my ask.
Okay, thank you for that idea. Before I see what other members of council think about that, I wanted to give Jane or Bill a chance to ask any clarifying questions or provide any context in response to Rachel's suggestion.
So Bill, go ahead.
Well, I think there was largely a Vision Zero focus in that. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I would agree with that.
And so we would have anticipated that that would have been a pretty fundamental aspect of the Vision Zero engineer position that we had hoped to hire this year, that we've now delayed hiring because of the financial impacts. But we are hoping to hire a new principal traffic engineer to take my place. And we would be hopeful that some portion of their job could be trying to stay on top of state of the practice actions that are occurring in other communities. I mean, obviously, we don't always agree when something's done in another community that we should do it here, but we certainly want to know what they're doing.
Yeah, and the other aspect I thought was TAB could pick it up and sort of research it and come back to us with just what's going on and recommendations and things that might fit with our city. So maybe a little bit less impact on that position directly, but I don't know how it works.
Bill, is that a thing that can be done once you're fully staffed and or delegated to TAB to give some consideration to in the meantime?
Well, it's certainly my understanding that council can seek advice from TAB on anything they want. So be perfectly appropriate for them to ask TAB for advice. Yeah.
Cool. Okay. I'd love to hear other council member thoughts on that, and then I will poll you. Junie, are you on this specific point?
Yes, I just have a question. Rachel, I didn't hear you clearly. Well, she left.
No, I'm here. I just have people going behind me, so I'm trying to spare them this moment.
No problem. I just wanted to know, are you asking for a specific issue that you want the transportation department to look into, or is it more like general, broad, just look at what's happening in, let's say, in another city, just like everything that has to do with transportation, or do you have a specific issue in mind, like maybe closing residential streets or something like that? So I'm just trying to figure out what's your thought.
Yeah, definitely not a specific issue. Just there are like 300 cities, I think, that are responding to COVID with ideas and different ways to use streets creatively. And so I would just like us to get a systematic understanding of what's going on, what are the innovations happening around the world. And I don't really want us to miss out on this time of rapid innovation, especially as we are such an innovative city. And we've been so kind of mired in putting out fires that we haven't had a chance to really pan out and take a bird's eye view of what's going on. And so I'm just hoping that we can tee that up. I think it's for TAB, but I also think there's a lot of climate impact. So I could see our climate initiatives team also wanting to look at it and just gather data and come back and say, wow, these cities are doing these things. This makes sense for Boulder, or it doesn't. But I just don't want us to miss out on a time of really cool innovation around the world, because we're an innovative city. So no, I don't have a specific, because I don't know what's going on. I don't have a specific. There's just too much, and so I don't know it, and I'm just hoping to get it.
Of the hands that are up, I'll assume that you are on this topic. If not, if you could drop your hand and then raise it again, we'll come back to you on something else. Mirabai?
So I think this is a cool idea and stuff. I guess I would put it to staff because I know that a lot of the things we brought up originally caused them a lot of time when they were extremely busy. And so with the somewhat possible limit on our monetary funds at the moment and staff's time with the furloughs, I guess I would pose it to them and say, even if it goes to TAB, I know that staff still has to assist TAB. And so that takes the staff members time to help them do the research and whatnot. So is it going to cost us more money to do something like this? If so, how much? And how much staff time would they anticipate? And do they even have the ability to do so? And that's kind of, for me, where the buck stops. So.
Jane, you want to tackle that now? Or you want to hear from the remainder of council before we come back to you?
So I'm not the person that can answer this. Actually, Bill is. Okay. And what he would need to be able to tell us is what other work is staff doing that we could set aside in order to take this on.
Yeah. And that's tough. I mean, having gone through this budget effort and figured out how to cut $4.5 million out of the budget this year. And it's important to understand that in the transportation budget, it's so much of the transportation budget is associated with maintaining what we have and, taking care of our infrastructure and leveraging federal dollars. So the vast majority of that $4.5 million comes out of a much smaller pot of money that is discretionary and came at the expense of 20% of our staff. And so do we have staff that don't have things on their plate? Absolutely not. But we are hoping to hire a new principal traffic engineer, and we do expect that a portion of that principal traffic engineer's position will be involved in Vision Zero matters and trying to stay on top of what other communities are doing. So there's some amount of that could be done by that staff person. Otherwise, it would be taking something off the plate, and I don't know what. Yeah, I mean, I provided a whole list of things that we are doing as a part of the Vision Zero program. If you want to look at that and tell me what you don't want us to do, then we could certainly take that off.
Okay. Let's hear from a couple other members of council, and then we'll see if there's a will of council even to have you provide a recommendation about what you could take off the plate if they want you to chase this one. Mark, what are your thoughts?
I am fine with tasking TAB to look at a matter like this. It's a very general request. I would have more trouble if TAB is turning to staff and saying, help us survey the run of cities and determining what they've been doing. If it's a project that TAB would accept, I would be happy to have them do it. But under the current circumstances, I would not want to implicate staff resources on something this general. As Judy said, if it were a request to analyze closing streets, that might have a little more appeal, but simply taking a survey of what other cities are doing using staff time, I would have a problem with that. TAB wants to do it, I'm fine.
Okay. So perhaps when we come back to polling you, I can ask the two separate questions, or maybe there's a contingent one. I'll noodle on that while I hear from Aaron.
Thanks, Rachel. Appreciate you bringing this up. So I would support the idea for sure. If we could start with TAB and if it were possible to interweave it with other transportation priorities. I mean, I hear what Bill says about how busy they are. So I'm not ready to tell them to stop doing anything else, because I think they've got a lot of important things on their plate. But if it's something that could be, woven in maybe as they hire this new person, something like that, I think that'd be great.
Thanks, Aaron. Mary, how about you?
Yeah, I think this question is for Rachel. I'm trying to understand exactly what your ask is. So are you wanting to have someone, we'll just call it someone right now, look into what different cities are doing in response to COVID as COVID continues? Or are you thinking that in response to COVID, some things will stick and maybe we should be on top of those for what might stick and evaluate that? Is that kind of what you're thinking?
I do think that the second is true, that some things probably will stick and they would be good to adopt, and some habits are going to be harder to adopt 3 years from now. And the cities that roll things out in a year are probably going to be better positioned to be doing it as a response to COVID and forming habits that help our climate initiatives and our Vision Zero initiatives. So just keeping up with what's happening and what might be recommended for Boulder. You know, as an example, again, just the restaurants moving outside. I don't know where that started first as a response to COVID, but it's just something that when it came to us, it's good that we're getting out in front of it in time to help. And it's going to help the small businesses, and it's going to help our tax base as well. So what else is out there that might be helpful now or in the long run? I just don't think we know. Does that answer your question? I think it's both.
Okay. And Sam, how about you?
I'm a little bit like where Mary is. I'm not completely sure I understand the ask, but that being said, to the extent that I do understand the ask, if it lands on tab and says tab, survey the environment, survey what other cities are doing on your free time, bring it back to tab, have some structured discussions around it, and then have a summary that council gets. I'd prefer not to be asking for a recommendation per se, but I think what I heard from Rachel and what I could get on board with would be that tab takes responsibility for doing a survey of what they're seeing out there. You know, some of the ideas we've taken a look at. One of them we didn't love so much, and one of them we did. And so I think there will be a lot of things like that where some things might fit Boulder, other things might not fit Boulder. But I'm loath to task staff with much work at all. I mean, some of the Vision Zero stuff that's going on is critically important to me, the definition of where modes can go. I mean, the last time we touched this was 20, 25 years ago. We came up with a zoning-based set of guidelines, which no one understands and can follow, and has a lot of implications for people being hurt. We have these modes which are coming forward, which we task staff with looking at, and where they can operate safely as people continue to innovate is something that I think we need to look at. We're doing 20 is plenty. And so I just don't want to take a new Vision Zero engineer, bring them in, and then have them go off and take, you know, half their time or a third of their time looking at what other cities are doing, when I think TAB probably has the bandwidth to do that themselves. And I think there's some really pressing Vision Zero safety issues that I just wouldn't want to see fall off the plate. So if we can set this up in a way that it's totally on TAB, and in their free time they go help figure this out, and maybe staff in 4 months or 6 months when they're not totally tied up with COVID response and things already on their plate, they could help put a report together that we get, or at least a presentation. But as long as it leans on TAB and TAB using their free time and not burdening staff with work, I could support it. But if it has much staff implication, I'm going to be hard pressed.
Okay. Bob, are you the last thought on this one before I suggest the next step?
Yeah, I just want to introduce a dose of reality here. For those of us who have served on city boards and commissions, I know Adam served on the Housing Advisory Board, and several of you served on the Planning Board. I served on the Parks Board. I think it's just unrealistic for us to say, well, let's have a board and commission go off and do some stuff on their own time without any staff impact. I mean, we all know, those of us who served on boards and commissions know that staff does 99% of the work. And I just don't think, I agree with the statements before. If we could somehow suspend reality and say, all right, TAB is going to go off in their spare time and do this research without probably adequate training and without adequate resources, and there'll be no impact on staff whatsoever. I suppose if you could live in that world and believe that, sure, it's hard to argue against that. I don't know if anybody's pulled TAB to see if they have the time to do this. Of course, council members could go off and do this too. If council members really wanted to go off and do research, if we're going to do this on an amateur basis and have non-experts go off and do research, then I would just throw back at us and say, well, geez, why are we throwing this on 5 residents in our community who don't have expertise in the area? Why don't we just do it ourselves? And so if we're going to do something, and I'm also a little unclear what it is, we should do it right. I'm happy to have a discussion about bumping other things that transportation is working on and do this instead. If a majority of council feels that this is more important than some of the other things that are on the transportation staff's work plan, that's a fine discussion to have. But I think we're kidding ourselves if we're going to say, hey, TAB, go off and do this and don't impact staff whatsoever. It's just not going to happen that way.
So I'm going to ask you two separate questions, and I'll ask you to raise your hand to indicate your support of them. The first question I have is, Council, do you support asking Transportation Advisory Board to research creative ideas that other communities are using in terms of Vision Zero transportation type projects to respond to the unique conditions of COVID with TAB member time only, no staff impact or minimum staff impact? If you support that,
Heather, suggest that maybe we just do something out ahead, which is ask TAB if they have the bandwidth to do that. Like, may we ask you to do that rather than directing them to do that, sort of asking them if they would be willing to do it. Because I would disagree, Bob. I think that they are appointed to that board because they are experts. And so they're going to do a better job of distilling the information than I'm going to do. And I know that there are some advisory board members that I'm friends with who do a lot of work on their own and pour their hearts into those boards and would have the bandwidth to do it. So I think that if they're willing to do it and they have the expertise and can keep us moving forward and it doesn't impact staff, I don't know why we wouldn't say, Tab, would you like to do it?
So reframing the question then, based on Rachel's comments there, if you support asking TAB if they have the interest and bandwidth to do this work with no staff impact, please raise your hand, visually or otherwise. I see Rachel's hand, Aaron, Sam, Mark, Junie, and Adam. That's a majority of council. Bill, can we look to you to follow up with council and report back how that TAB conversation goes?
Follow up with TAB?
Yep, ask them if they have the bandwidth to do that, and then follow up with council, yes, whatever TAB says, yes, no, something.
I have a meeting with the TAB chair tomorrow to go over the agenda, and I will discuss this with her.
Perfect timing.
Bill. Thanks, everyone. And then just a second question before I turn it over. Heather, if I have a question about charter committee stuff, should I hold that for Sam's process point discussion? Yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, as several of you have alluded, the next agenda item is these process issues. So I want to do one last call.
I'm sorry, I had one more, Heather. I had my hand up and it came down somehow.
Yep, one last call on anything related to the work plan. Bob, what do you got?
Well, this is not an expansion of the work plan. This is just, again, a dose of reality on the work plan. Jane mentioned earlier that, or reminded us earlier that we're in settlement discussions with Excel, and none of us know where that's going to go. But regardless of where it goes, and particularly if it goes well, there's going to be a lot of council and staff impact. There already is a lot of council and staff impact, and there's going to be even more. I might call on Sarah to talk a little bit about the public engagement, but I think we're all going to be asked to participate in public engagement here over the next several weeks as we go out to the community, ask them what they would like to see in any arrangement with Excel. And then, of course, there'll be frequent reports by the team back to council, seeking advice and guidance from council. And then ultimately, if an arrangement is pulled together, probably sometime in July, we'll probably have several conversations around that, both with council and also presenting to the community. And that's only if an arrangement is reached. So I just want us to all be aware of the fact that there's probably many, many hours of of council meeting time that will be consumed by these public engagements and then these deliberations. And Sarah, do you want to expand a little bit more about what you're thinking on engagement?
Sure, I'm happy to. This is Sarah Huntley. I'm engagement manager for the City of Boulder. We've started to work with staff on our Energy Future team, as well as both Bob and Sam as representatives of council on what engagement might look like. And I would say you're already beginning to see quite a bit of engagement in the form of council emails, which require staff and council attention and time and dedication to considering all the points that are being made. We know that council emails is not always satisfying to people who are writing in because they don't get a chance to have a dialogue. So we are planning to host a number of online forums. We're unfortunately in this online space for the foreseeable future. So we want to have opportunities for community members, for business owners and key customers of a potential utility, and for others who have not necessarily engaged on this issue before, to share their ideas about which types of conditions and terms would be most important to them for the negotiation team to consider. We then intend to have a second phase, probably starting mid-June into July, where the negotiation team will report back out on where they are and also be able to share with community members who gave their ideas which ideas look like they might be able to move forward and which ideas maybe are not going to be achievable during this round of negotiations. And then, of course, there will be a series of council meetings, as Bob alluded to, considering whether an item should be put on the ballot. And then there would be, prior to the adoption of the ordinance, some information going out to the community about exactly what they're voting on. So it's a three-phased approach. One is the idea gathering and hearing from the community. The second is reporting back and trying to be responsive to what we've heard and giving an update on where things stand. And then the third would be explaining any potential ballot items prior to the election campaign season, at which point the city would have to go dark.
Okay. Aaron, do you have a question or comment on that?
Separate item.
Okay, thank you.
On the work plan, though.
Okay, fantastic. So anyone have any other questions for Sarah or Bob? Did we get that covered for you? Covered? Fantastic. Thank you. All right, Aaron, what you got?
I did one other thing on the work plan about the racial equity framework. I totally get about how there is an in-person component to that that's key, and also that, like, say, reaching some underserved communities might really require that in-person outreach. So totally get that we can't finish that item until things get a little different here. But I just want to make sure that we don't put it on complete hold. We're talking about other kinds of online engagement that we're doing. So I would hope that we could do some work on moving that forward in the meantime, while understanding that we can't finish it for a while.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thanks, Aaron. We absolutely agree with you. This is a top priority for our organization and for the council and for the community. So we're going to do what we can. I just see that Amy Kane is still here. And so Amy, do you want to?
Yeah. Hi, guys. Yeah. So this is Amy Kane. I'm the equity program manager for the city. And we are exploring some of the groups that we were reaching out to originally with some of our hard to reach populations. We are circling back with them because we are understanding that some of those groups have been working really hard to do some Zoom training and technology training. So we're checking in to see if we can reschedule some of those events. Some folks on the community or on the engagement team are also assisting with coming up with some other opportunities, like using Be Heard Boulder, and just really ensuring that we are keeping the work moving forward and trying to get creative on how we can make sure that we're bringing folks in. We did have the opportunity to meet with the NAACP right before we went under quarantine. So we have gotten some good feedback thus far, but we also recognize that there's still opportunity to do some further engagement. This is a high priority, so we will be looping back.
Thanks for that, Amy.
Yeah.
Anything else from council? Last call on work plan items. All right. I'd like to reiterate to staff council's gratitude expressed for all the work that you did to prepare for tonight's conversation. That did go very, very swimmingly. And y'all always impress me with how you're able to just do all the things. And so well done. Thank you all. So council, our next agenda item is just to talk a little bit about some process things. We sort of have three buckets. Two are pretty straightforward and one might be a catch-all. The first one is related to COVID briefings and the timing thereof. The second one is financial updates and the timing thereof. And the third one is other stuff. So let's start with the COVID briefings. Sam or Bob, did you want to talk a little bit about a recommendation here for council related to when and how we fit in COVID briefings? Eeny, meeny, miny, leadership.
I got muted. I didn't expect it. Never happens. So
I'm drunk on power over here, man. I'll just do it all day.
So I think what we decided was that COVID briefing and response were really important for a while, 6-8 weeks. We really needed to hear what's going on, how do we track it, what are the methods that we use to make sure that, you know, we're doing well by our community as far as health and safety. I think we're feeling relatively good about that at the moment, and we have heard from Jeff Zayek and Dr. Vissers that they feel like that it's getting a bit repetitive at the moment. And, you know, having looked at the numbers, I think that we are moving into a different phase. Now we're changing things, so we want to keep track of them to make sure that opening businesses and opening restaurants is not going to move us in the wrong direction. But I think we have all the information we need to watch that. If we do start going the wrong direction, I think what I heard was that we can easily start these back up again. So we had them as like a fixed part of every meeting and special meeting for more than a couple months, and I don't know that we need them anymore. So we decided to take it off for the foreseeable future and bring it back if we need it. So Jane, did I get that right? Bob, did I get that right?
Yes.
And I think I'll just add to that. I think there has been two parts to the beginning of the meeting session that we've had for the last couple of months. One is the briefing from the medical folks, and then the other is kind of COVID response, which has been our catch-all, which is what is the city going to do about what we just heard. And as we saw this evening, that could just as easily be handled under matters from council or matters from the city manager. So tonight, of course, we had a great presentation by Yvette and her team that was responsive to COVID. I think we are going to talk a little later tonight about the possibility of having the chief and perhaps others present to us about some of the circumstances we see around non-compliance and social distancing. I think it's going to be on the front page of tomorrow's paper, and our community is going to expect us to be responsive to that. And I know the chief will have some thoughts on that, which we won't talk about tonight, but we'll talk about next week. And so there'll always be opportunities to talk about our response to COVID and the things we'll be doing. So I don't think that's going to go away. I think it'll just be melded into to matters as an agenda item.
Okay. Junie, are you on this point?
Yes.
Go ahead.
And so I'm not completely yet sold on the no COVID update, but I do like some of Bob's points of how everything is kind of meshed in and it's not a discussion that will go away. But I still think that some type of update would be important, whether it's under matter from the city manager. I just think maybe a 5-minute or 10-minute update is very important, whether it's once a month. I just don't think we can just completely get rid of any type of COVID discussion. But then again, that's something we can't get away from because it's part of our everyday life now. But I still think some type of update is necessary.
Okay. Mark, how about you?
I agree. It doesn't, to me, it doesn't have to be every week. It could be every 2 or 3 weeks. But I don't think that we are in a position where even a brief or a briefer COVID presentation is irrelevant. At least to the best of my knowledge, we haven't even hit the CDC suggestion of 14 days of declining cases yet. And if we haven't met that threshold, I'm hard pressed to understand why we wouldn't be a little more concerned with COVID updates. And if there are any other patterns of infection or incidents that we need to be aware of, I'd like to hear that from the professionals. I'd like to get periodic updates as to how they're doing on testing, obtaining testing, how it's being allocated out, who is eligible for testing. I mean, there's a lot of material still out there that I think we ought to be hearing. Again, it doesn't have to be every time. It doesn't have to be for a 2-hour presentation, but I'd like to stay current on where we are on COVID response.
Okay. Adam?
So Mark answered one of my questions, and that is, what sort of form would you like that to take? And it sounds like still a professional presentation from probably Jeff Zayek or Dr. Vissers or both. I would just note that the briefings we get, the time that generally takes longer is the time where we're asking questions. The briefings themselves generally aren't more than half an hour. So, I mean, you balance that as you will. I understand the need or the desire to have briefings on occasion still, but, you know, I think part of this is where are we trying to take care of city business versus where are we trying to ask questions about the briefing? And I don't have an answer for you, but that's the way that I would frame it.
You are a curious bunch. This is for sure. Let's hear from Rachel and then from Sam and then from Aaron. And then I'd like to get some clarity and move on to our next topic if we could. Rachel? Rachel, we can't hear you. You got an extra magic button.
Let's see if this works. Can you hear me?
There you go. Yep.
My headphones went dead, so I had to switch, and it's a thing. Wondered if maybe we could just get some written updates that we could ask follow-up questions. And I think it is a lot of time that we're imposing on Jeff Zayak and Dr. Visser, so I'm sensitive to us continuing on with that, you know, indefinitely. And I think that we could really winnow the amount of time that we're spending on it if we got just their normal updates in writing, and then could ask them questions on Hotline maybe and post those to the community on Hotline as well.
Okay. Sam, can I come back to you last? Sure. Since you started us, that'd be great. Thank you, sir. Aaron, how about you?
Yeah, I'll agree with Sam and Bob's proposal. I think what you're saying makes sense. We can bring things up under matters as necessary. And I think written updates, like Rachel suggested, would be a good and adequate thing.
Okay. And I'm going to let Mirabai hop in. Mirabai, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm on board with Sam, Bob, Rachel, and Aaron. I think written updates are fine if we need them, and we can always ask questions if we need them, but I think definitely getting a little repetitive.
All right. And Jane, how about you?
Yeah, I want to make a comment on some of the suggestions. If we need Jeff Zayak to provide information, we cannot do it under matters from the city manager, because we should do it at the beginning of the meeting, because he's a guest and we need him to have a firm time when he could make a presentation. And we actually never know when matters from the city manager is going to start, because we've got a whole bunch of other stuff that occurs before that. So if we need that update, it needs to come at the beginning. Secondly, I feel like it would be inappropriate for us to ask Jeff to write a report for council about the various things that he might have on his mind. What I think I've noticed over the last weeks is that he's providing us with up-to-date information every time he shows up. And so my preference, without having talked to Jeff, is for him not to have to write a report, but to come in and speak for 10 or 15 minutes about what's going on. I think that would make it easier on him. When it comes to city staff things and how we're planning to reopen buildings or react to the situation, we certainly can put that under matters from the city manager. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks, Jane. All right, Sam, what do you got?
So a couple things. I certainly agree with Jane that I would not ask Dr. Vissers or Jeff Zayak to provide anything in writing if they are doing a presentation. So much of their presentation pulls from what's on the website. And so the website information is updated every day. And Jeff has been packaging that into a presentation that's clear for us and walking us through it so we can ask questions, which is different than on the website. Because you go on the website, if you don't understand it, you can't ask anyone questions. To the extent that he may be doing presentations to other groups, if he wants to send us his presentation that he's done a day or two or three beforehand, that would be great, because he doesn't have to redo anything and we might get the same basic information in one source. So I'm really sensitive to not asking him to do any more work for us. If we want to have him once a month or at every regular meeting, because if we move in July into meeting study session cycle like we usually do, then we could have him at the first one of every month or at every real council meeting at the beginning for 5 or 10 or 15 minutes, and then carry our response to the end of the meeting. So I'm comfortable with continuing to monitor and to make sure to bring these briefings back as we need them. But if we'd rather set first and third week starting in July, I would be happy with that as well. And so I think you'll guide us home on this, Heather. I do want to make one more point though. I've been tracking the numbers that come off the county website every day, and we have had 15 days of decline. The peak, the most recent peak was on the 3rd of May, and it hasn't been absolutely straight downhill since then, but within the noise, the 5-day average has gone down for 15 days of new cases. And that's in the face of slightly increased testing, not greatly, but slightly. So I would say that we actually have met the criteria. Now, when we announced the reopening, it was early. It was after we'd been going down for 6 or 7 days. But for what it's worth, we have had pretty good results recently. We're down to 5-day average, as reported yesterday, was 11 new cases over the last 5 days per day. And that's down from 26 new cases in early May per day. So anyway, I think that's good news. We should be happy about that.
Fantastic. So Council, I just want to call your attention to the fact that there are 5 hands up on this topic. We have several other topics related to procedures. I do believe that you have an agreement to end meetings at 11. So I just want to call your attention to how we're burning our time tonight. This is an important topic, so I want to make sure you get some clarity on how it ends. But if you'd be mindful of the brevity of your comments, that would be fantastic. Aaron, what's on your mind now?
I just want to pretty much agree with Sam, but just to clarify, not that getting an update under matters would be from staff, like we did tonight with Yvette's great presentation on how we're responding to the crisis, and that having, if Jeff Zack were available once a month, maybe that might be helpful, but any written materials would only, I would say that we would be calling from publicly available materials, not asking him to write anything special for us.
Thank you, sir. Junie, how about you?
Yes, thank you. Not to be the dead horse, but I like the idea of the update once a month. And the thing about the writing, I think to me, these updates are not just for City Council. That's how I take it, that a lot of the discussions that we're having in the public, on council, are for the public. So if information are coming to us who are lay people and then relaying it to the community, it's already diluted. So I think having that information coming from the authority himself is the best way to go. And I like the idea of the once a month and for 5 to 15 minutes. I think it's a good way to go. But of course, it is the will of council.
Thanks, Judy. Mark?
My preference would be Sam's suggestion of first and third meeting of the month. I would make it shorter, and it could be 10, 15 minutes. We don't need as many slides. It doesn't have to be a full half-hour presentation, and we do not need written reports. But I agree very much with what Junie said. Our audience here is not just the council, it's the community. Whether we're doing well or not well, I think the community gets an opportunity to hear it in a place that they can easily access and not do research on their own. And I think that's an important function. And I would be delighted to have 2 or 3 meetings over the next couple of months where we're told this is really boring, we're doing great, the cases are diminishing. I can't think of a better briefing from anyone on any topic today.
Excellent. Thanks, Mark. All right, Mary, last thought, and then I'm going to poll council.
Once a month with the option to call it off if there really isn't that much news. And I like the idea of them sending us slides that they have already done with no more effort for us. And if we get the slides ahead of time, we can post them on the hotline.
Okay.
Sorry.
So I do hear a fair amount of convergence on the concept. I'm not sure on the details. It does sound like you are in general agreement that you can remove the COVID update as a standing agenda item at every meeting. If you could nod or give me a thumbs up that you support what I just said, that would be great. I do see all members of council there. Thank you so much. So then the question is, what shall you do instead? It sounds like some of you would like more frequent briefings than others. The minimum requested is once a month. And maybe once a month, an agenda item, knowing that you can continue to get updates through matters from the city manager or other agenda items in terms of a city response. You could also, if things go terribly awry or you want to do a victory lap, you could also schedule an additional update as needed. Knowing that you have all those other options as conditions may require, would you please raise your hand if you can live with a monthly dependable schedule for COVID updates, please? Monthly. I see one. I see Sam. I see Bob. I see Aaron. I see Mary. I see Junie, Adam, and Mirabai. So that does look like that's a majority of council. Sam and Bob, I assume then you take that to CAC and tend to agendas accordingly. Sound good? Yep. Fantastic. All right, team, thank you very much. Our next topic is related to a similar concept of a ever-changing context, and this relates to your financial updates. Jane, did you have a recommendation for council about the frequency of, upon which they might receive financial revenue updates from you?
We are going to do the next one, as you all know, June 9th. I hate to commit the finance department to doing it every single month, but I do feel like we should have one sometime in July and August. And after that, we'll be working on the 2021 budget. So I'm going to say that we can do quick ones in July and August, depending on how things come forward. And then we'll be focusing on the 2021 budget. I cannot promise that Rich and Brian will be here every time. We have made arrangements with them to come later in the year, as well as on June 9th, but I'm not sure that they have been scheduled to come every single month, but we can do something June, July, and August for now. Is that okay?
Thanks, Jane. Council, any questions related to Jane's proposal? Okay. Seeing none, if you would please raise your hand in some way if you support Jane's proposal. I see Sam, Rachel, Aaron, Mary, Junie, Mark, Bob, Mirabai, and Adam. So that sounds like that's going to work out fantastically. Thank you, Jane. All right, council, this last item is sort of a general check-in from me as your trustee retreat facilitator related to council procedures. We had a good conversation about this at the retreat, and then your lives got real complicated all of a sudden. And my general question for you is, how is it going? Do you feel like you are adhering to the commitments that you made to one another in terms of those council procedures and protocols? Do you feel like, whoops, maybe you're getting a little on the sloppy side as things are a little bit tough? I would just love to hear from anyone who has a specific or generic concern or question or, yeah, I feel like we could do better related to council procedures. Sam, can I start with you?
You can. You know, I have a specific one that I want to bring back up. So I think I'd rather hear, because the feedback is partly about how meetings are going, I'd rather let other council members speak. When it comes time to talk about what we want to do different, then I want to speak up.
Okay. Mark, what's on your mind?
This is not a comment about what we should do differently. I think we're doing pretty well. I've always been an advocate for short meetings, but we're in a crisis and some meetings are simply going to run longer. And that's just the way the world works. I think there's been a high level of cooperation among council members. I think we've had great response from staff. I just don't have any things I would dramatically want to change at this point, other than having COVID go away, but that's not entirely within our control.
I will vote twice for that one, and I don't even live in Boulder. Fantastic. Other perspectives on how things are going, Bob?
Yeah, I agree with Mark. I think things are going generally pretty well. I think that, and this is a lot of what I'm about to say is probably really impacted by COVID, so it's not intended as a criticism of council or any member of council. I think because things have been kind of fast and furious here with COVID, and we've had to react in real time or pretty nimbly here, I think we've probably in a few instances let slip some of the rules that we have held dear for many years on this council, even before any of us joined. You know, one of them is the no surprises rule. We need to remind ourselves that if we're going to bring up something new and big and exciting at a council meeting, we should probably let folks know ahead of time. If it's before Monday, we can send it into CAC. If it's after Monday, we can at least do a hotline post. I think we need to work on sticking to our work plan. I think it was great that we refreshed that. Now, normally we would do that in the midpoint check-in in July, but because so many things have been disrupted by COVID, I think it was great for Jane and her staff to help reset our expectations about what things we can do the remainder of this year and what things we can't. And I have to say, Jane, I'm amazed by how many things we're not moving off. So thank you and your staff for continuing to plug away at 80 or 90% of what was original goal, even though we have people who are not working right now, even though we've got special work we hadn't anticipated. So thank you for keeping things more or less on track. And then I just think that, you know, one of the things that we have often as a council cherished is once we've made a decision on something, even if we're on the minority side or the majority side of that decision, I think we tend to let it alone. Obviously, if the facts change significantly after a vote and there is a dramatic, there's new information or there's a significant change in facts, we can certainly bring that back up. But I do think we need to be careful not to revisit things because they do take up a lot of time. And if the outcome is not going to be any different than the first or the second go around, we should probably be thoughtful about letting things lie. And you know, I've been on the losing end of as many votes as anybody on this council, and I try to remind myself not to relitigate battles that I've lost. And so I think we just need to remind ourselves that once things are decided, they're decided, and we should move on to the next thing.
Okay, excellent. Thanks, Bob. Anybody else? Members of council? Okay. Go ahead, Rachel, and then Mary.
I was just going to say I had one suggestion for something we could do differently, and I think Sam's going to bring it up probably when he talks. Is that thumbs up to that, Sam? Great. I'm going to let that go then. I think it's been I will say a weird time to be a new council member in terms of there's already a lot to learn. And then on top of that, you learn how to do online meetings and deal with the unique circumstances of COVID. So I'm grateful for some of the mentorship that I've gotten and think it's going as well as could be expected.
Excellent. Thanks, Rachel. And it's an unbelievably challenging time. And I assume you're being mentory to each other, as Rachel said, and then also forgiving when one of you forgets a thing or lets something slip. Mary, what's on your mind?
Yeah, no, I wanted to agree with Rachel. It's been trying times, and I can't imagine coming on council and then 2 months later being in this situation. So I can empathize with that difficulty. And I would also like to agree with Bob that the no surprises rule is a really important one because it can take up a lot of time at a meeting in a time when we don't have a lot of time to spare. So I think that committing ourselves to the no surprises rule, as well as when we vote, the vote, unless there is a material change that is significant, and B, the potential that the vote would actually change. So, because again, it takes a lot of time to redebate something. And if the outcome isn't going to change, it takes away from time that we could be conducting the city's business. So, yeah.
Thanks, Mary. Aaron?
Yeah, great point about the challenges of being a new council member in this time. So kudos to the four of you who are just getting started these days. You've done a great and fantastic job. I'll just say about the bringing things back up. Obviously, it's not an abstract statement, but something about some concrete things. I just mentioned that to the extent that it has happened, I think it was with an idea that there were things that were materially different. And Mary, to your point about whether things might be different, since we can't, because of open meetings laws, we can't know how council members all feel about a particular issue unless we talk about it in a meeting. There's no way of knowing whether votes would change in advance. So, but point taken, generally we should not be relitigating things over and over again.
The other thing that's tricky about that one is a significant change or a material change in information may to some degree be in the eye of the beholder. And so this might just be one of those cases where when in doubt, exercise extreme caution for all the reasons that have been identified and try to minimize the number of do-overs that you bring into council for any number of reasons. It's confusing to the community. It is a distraction potentially from the other work that you have to do, but also appreciating there are cases where that might be the right thing to do. So tread carefully if you would. I do want to reinforce that you did agree to no surprises. I will also observe that the mayor did called himself out earlier today about, I'm about to violate the no surprises rule. So, public shaming might be the right way to go with that. I don't know, but we'll talk hear Sam's specific suggestion for actions on that. And then again, I also want to stress that the reason that we do retreats and that you spend that time, which is no small amount of time for you and for staff and for the community, is to set priorities. And where you can, to the best of your ability, stick to the work plans that come out of those efforts. You honor your own work and the careful consideration that you give it to the work plan during retreats. Again, appreciating this is a whole bunch of separate crazy, and I think y'all have done an absolutely admirable job of honoring the work plan given what you've had to work with. So thank you all for that. So Sam, you have a specific suggestion for change, what we might do differently that maybe overlaps with something that's on Rachel's mind as well?
Yeah, so before I go there, I just want to say that this council is working pretty well together. We're collegial. I don't think there's been any kind of rifts or ruptures or anything that we haven't all addressed individually with each other as we needed to. I will also point out that this has got to be the youngest council by far of any that I've ever observed, because when I got on council, we had two members who had been on, north of 15 years, give or take, maybe north of 14 years. Those council members are gone now. And so there was always like a reservoir or two of people that you could turn to who could tell you how we got to where we are, where the bodies are buried, where that extra land, the hundreds of acres of extra land that we bought that I had no idea about until I talked to somebody who had been around when that happened. So we have to be gentle with ourselves. Mary and I are the senior council members at 6.5 years each. That is not that much compared to what we had when I came on council and Mary came on council. So we have to recognize that this is a young council, not only with 4 new members, but even those of us who are experienced are not that experienced. So we're kind of feeling our way, and nobody's had to deal with a once every century pandemic as a council in, well, a century. So we're doing the best we can. I feel like everyone is operating in good faith. And so I just want to say that I think given both the youth and the situation that we're doing pretty good, and we're definitely doing the best that we can. So that said, one of the things that I thought was a great idea that Mary had brought forward was that we would have someone besides the mayor run the study sessions. So we had talked about that and gotten clear on that, and we're going to have rotating leaders of study sessions. And then right as we were about to be able to kick that off, COVID hit. And so we have made every study session into a regular meeting. And so the mayor needs to run those by our charter. Also probably best to have some consistency through those. When we come back in July, I believe, Jane, the hope is that we will go back to a every other week study session. And if that's the case, I would like to resurrect, and we should think about how we want to do the idea of having different rotating council members from the study sessions. So that's what I wanted to bring up. I don't know that we need to fully resolve it here. The idea before had been that it would be the council member who is serving on CAC would be the one that ran, the rotating council member on CAC would be the one that ran the meetings. That left us with two difficulties. One was that the mayor pro tem wouldn't necessarily get to run the study sessions. And now that we've skipped a whole bunch, we've had a council member rotate all the way through with no opportunity to do that. So we're going to have to come up with a different way to schedule it. I just thought I would throw out there that I think we need to return to that in July if we can. And I'd invite other council members to give feedback.
Okay, and you want that feedback tonight, Sam?
Yeah, just on whether it's a good idea or not, and maybe a thought on how.
Fantastic. Junie, are you on this point or something else?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, please.
I just wanted to add, because you asked us how we're doing, what do we think, how things are going. I just wanted to add, sometimes as a community, we have discussion about being in different camps, and with the challenges of COVID, I would like to say that, Mary's been really great as a mentor, again, because we just talked about people who's been around a long time. And there are times we've had a hard discussion on council, and then I'll call Mary the next day. Although I didn't agree with her the day before, I call her and she is kind enough to just walk me through certain processes. So at the end of the day, even though sometimes we have discussions that are not happy or that may seem divisive, but at the end of the day, we still are very cordial and we still help each other out. So I really appreciate the fact that Mary has been, she's been a very good fellow council person. She's been very good. When I needed help, I reach out. And I really appreciate that, because a lot of times community members just assume we're just so far on the other end. And I welcome the idea of finding a solution to give opportunities to other council members, whether it's, I have mine coming in December, the study sessions that I'm part of. If a council member wants to, let's say, take a few days or let's say 1 or 2 meetings away from me so that they can have that opportunity, I'm open to it as well.
Fantastic. Thank you, Junie. Rachel, is this the item that you wanted to discuss and you have an opinion about?
It is. I think it would be a nice thing both for council members who don't know how to lead meetings yet for us to have the opportunity. And also it would be probably relieving a little bit of Sam's burden, who I think is working overdrive as mayor. So hopefully we can pick that up in July. He's giving me a head nod. And I would say maybe we just go alphabetical. So like, whatever the first, maybe it's Aaron Brockett. So Aaron does the first study session, then whoever's next does the next, and just do it single term like that so that everybody gets an equal number.
Okay. And then presumably a person could just say no thank you if they weren't interested in that model.
I would think.
Okay. I mean, it looks like Sam has actually moved into council chambers, so maybe he is working a little bit too hard. Mark, what are your thoughts?
I think alphabetical could work, or we could just go back to the beginning, starting in July with the first rotating CAC member. Let them do a study session or 2. We can do it either way. And then just move on to the next one until we finally catch up to whoever is actually rotating onto CAC at that point in time.
Okay.
Whether it's done alphabetically or chronologically, I would be fine either way.
All right. Adam, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I just want to say I was robbed, and I want retribution for that. So
Maybe
that
reverse
comes about.
alphabetical.
It doesn't matter what way we do it. I want to run a meeting.
You put in my spot, Adam.
So yeah, Mirabai is offering hers. Maybe there could be some sort of, bidding process for how much you want to pay in terms of cookies or compliments in order to get to the head of the line. It does sound like you all want to, at least those of you who've spoken, do want to take up the suggestion that you come back to this in July, and that there should be a system. I didn't hear a whole lot of strong feeling about what the system ought to be, as long as it does yield a meeting for Adam. Is that correct? I will accept nodding, or I will accept a visual thumbs up.
I think Adam should have all the meetings.
Fantastic. Adam will have all the meetings. Aaron, thought?
Yeah, well, just note, I mean, if we're still virtual, there is some technical training that's involved, I think, with running the meeting and looking at whose hands are raised and such like that. So I think everybody would need a little bit of training before they're leading a meeting. It will give us a little bit of a slowdown as all of us try to figure out how to pick the next person from a technical perspective, but that's totally fine.
Yeah, and I will say that that's a good observation, Aaron. There were tricks that I had to learn. It took me 2 or 3 meetings, so I'll be happy when people are coming up for their first study session to tell you kind of the way I've settled, and you can get more from Sarah, who's had to do even more of it than I have. So. Yep.
It's harder than it looks, but once you get the hang of it, it's fairly straightforward in the grand scheme of things. Yeah. So Sam, you were soliciting perspectives. Do you want me to poll and see if I can get you clarity on which methodology makes the most sense, or do you want to take that up maybe with CAC?
I think we'll take it up with CAC and bring it back for matters for 5 minutes or 10 minutes. I think the easiest, most straightforward way is the alphabetical. I think that's going to be pretty simple, but we'll bring it back and have a conversation. I don't think we need to settle that now, personally.
Great. Council, if you support CAC taking this up and bringing it back to you under matters, if you please give me some sort of a visual signal. I do see signals from all of the people. Thank you all very much. Are there any other suggestions for change in terms of council procedures that you would like to suggest at this time? I do not see any. Fantastic. So a couple things. Thing one, I thought when Sam was talking, he said you were the youngest council. I thought he was referring to your chronological age, and I didn't know anyone was running those numbers, so I was excited to learn that. But now that I know it's just a question of longevity, I will also add, this is a very good looking council, so thank you all very much for your steady sunshine faces. Let's just do a quick review of what you have agreed to in the next steps, and then we'll get you out of here. So you have agreed to remove the middle income down payment pilot project off the work plan and defer conversation of that until your next retreat. You did accept staff recommendations for option A for community benefits and for the use tables. You have agreed to request that TAB, if they have the bandwidth and the interest, that they do some research on their own related to creative ideas that other communities are exploring in terms of transportation and Vision Zero and intersecting with COVID as a unique opportunity. Bill Cowan is going to raise that with the TAB chair and is committed to circling back to you with how that conversation goes. The other agreement that you, or the other action item is that Jim was going to follow up on the timeline related to annexation on account of they're so focused on the flooding thing, they forgot what it was. So they'll circle back to you, I assume by hotline, with some clarity on that. And then Sam, you will take up this question of how to tackle the running of the study sessions with CAC. And I think those were all the action items that I captured. Did I miss anything that one of y'all thought you committed to? Fantastic. Jane, do you need anything else from council related to the work plan at this time?
No, I don't. Thank you, though. Thanks, council members.
All righty. I would like to thank Rachel for joining from the 1970s and Mirabai for joining from the front lines. And I don't know where Adam is joining from, but it looks like really spooky, maybe space. I don't know what that is. And the rest
That's
of you.
where he lives.
It's space, but that answers all my questions, honestly. And then Sam, it was literally like a half an hour when I realized that you weren't actually in council chambers and that that's just your fancy background. So I feel just, vindicated that I finally noticed.
Council,
can I add though that sometimes Sam's shirt blends in with the background there? It's a brown shirt and brown background. And so like he's headless. It's awesome.
Little floating, and then he sits back and was kind of doing this, right?
Sorry, not headless. He's a floating head. That's what I said. That was wrong.
Yep. Bob, you have a thought before we hop off? Before I hop off?
Yeah, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Lynette, is this your last meeting with us?
It is. Yes.
I want to say something, and others may want to say something as well. You joined as clerk at the same time that I think Aaron and I were coming on council. So we've grown up together in this role, and you've been just absolutely fantastic. I can't say enough about what a wonderful clerk and wonderful person you are. And we've been super well served by you. We've been spoiled by you. You've always been there for us. You're always accurate. You're always on top of things. You always correct Sam when he's wrong, which is really great. So we're going to really miss you. We know this is a great career opportunity for you. So we wish you well over in Lafayette. And I just want to say personally, I just really appreciate everything you've done for us and for this council and for this community. So thank you so much.
You're here.
Yeah, and can I add to that as Bob says, like Lynette, we did all come on together. I don't know how I'm going to be on council without you. I may just have to resign. I don't know that I'll be capable of it. It's been such a pleasure working together, and so you'll be very dearly missed.
Thank you.
And so I just wanted to thank you, Bob, for bringing that up, and I want to thank Lynette again from the bottom of my heart for everything that you've done to get us through all of these meetings, these late nights, and always with a smile and a great attitude. And best of luck to you. And Aaron, please don't resign. We've lived through one 8-person council. We don't want to do that again.
Well, maybe I'll stick around a couple more months.
I just want to jump in and thank you, Lynette. You were probably the first friendly face that I knew in the city, and it's been a pleasure getting to come to every meeting and see you and Heidi, and you both will be very dearly missed, and we wish you the absolute best of luck, and we're so happy for you, but we will be very sad to see you go. So I hope everything works really well for you, and thank you so much for working so hard for the city for so many years. So thank you.
I will miss you a lot too, Lynette. And hopefully when we get these like outdoor seating tables going, you'll come back to Boulder and maybe meet for a margarita. You will be missed.
And I'm running out of people who are going to laugh at my jokes before meetings willingly. So that makes me probably the most sad. Not that you're leaving, but I'm running out of people who will laugh at me. So I'm going to miss you dearly. I can say that much right now.
I feel like if we poll the group, we could find someone willing to fill the void, though.
I'll laugh at Adam, I promise.
We're laughing with you. We're laughing with you.
Anyone else have anything for Lynette?
Thank you, Lynette. Godspeed. Best wishes for everything. You've done so much for us. It's fantastic that you're making a move that's good for you. We're sad to see you go, and thank you.
Thanks very much. It's been an honor to be your clerk. Thanks for everything you've taught me.
Excellent. Thank you, Lynette. That was great. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lynette.
Thank you, Mark.
We love you, Lynette. Council, it's always my pleasure to be with you. Thank you for including me in your meeting tonight. Mr. Mayor, thank you for handing off control of your meeting to me for a hot minute there, and I hand it back to you, sir.
All right. Well, thank you very much. And as always, it's wonderful to have Heather here to move us along. She keeps us on track. And this was a very effective meeting. So thanks a bunch for that. I think we only have one thing left. It's the surprise that I brought up. I don't think it's a really big surprise. It just was late breaking. And what broke late is that we had a huge gathering yesterday of, I would say, more than 100 people, all within a few inches or less of each other. I'm not sure what the occasion was, but we do have Memorial Day weekend coming up. And so we've gotten, I don't know, half dozen letters so far. It was featured on KDVR. It was featured on Colorado Public Radio. And as Bob says, it will probably be in the paper tomorrow. So we have seen a few of these types of events prior to this. I think this is by far the most egregious. And it's going to set a tone for the whole summer because that is a very popular gathering place at the west end of Ebon G. Pine. It's right on the border between the city of Boulder and Boulder County. And I just wanted to bring up, and we do not need to decide anything tonight, but I was going to bring up the subject of, do we want to schedule in for next meeting a discussion of how we're going to cope with issues like this as they come up. Jane, I'm going to turn to you before we get too deep into it and see if you have anything that you want to say to us. But this is going to be a big concern. Our community is already starting to be aware of it. And I think after tomorrow, there will be a lot of public awareness. And so I was just hoping to get ahead of that. So I'll turn to you and then back to council.
Thanks, Sam. Yes, the situation that occurred on Boulder Creek Path, and in particular, Evan G. Fine Park, is of grave concern. We did have our police officers out there today. They issued 23 citations for alcohol and marijuana violations. They also did a lot of education of folks who were, it was reported to me, were respectful and started to disperse once the police officers encountered them. Again, we did issue a lot of tickets. So tomorrow, our police chief, our parks director, and others will be meeting with Jeff Zayak to talk about how to handle this situation. Certainly the closure of that area is under consideration. I don't know what will happen, but we want to get public health guidance on it before we make that kind of a decision. You know, people need to follow the rules, and when they don't do it, it ruins it for everybody. And I'm very worried that that is actually the situation that we have encountered today and will in the coming weeks. So we have to be careful, and we will be enforcing pretty strictly at this point.
Great. And I will turn this back to council. I just want to bring up one more thing to make sure that we're all on the same page here. In the discussions that we have had with CU over the last week or two, it has become clear, and Bob can add to this because Bob was at a meeting that I missed around this subject, but it's become clear that CU is very willing to be our partner in this effort to get people to respect social distancing, mask wearing, gatherings which are small, and so on. And so when CU receives a report from our police department that they've issued warnings to people who are CU students, CU then takes that and follows up with potential disciplinary action. There's a letter that goes out to the student letting them know that the university's been contacted by Boulder Police and that they have issued a warning. This has caused grounds for potential disciplinary action. So the student is contacted by the university, and there can be follow-up depending on the severity. In the case of house parties on the Hill, not only are the students involved contacted, but the owner of the property where the party was held is also contacted, because the university can take action relative to that house or fraternity, depending on what the situation is. So just to know, CU is our partner in being able to take warnings that are issued by our police, even if they don't issue a citation, and doing some level of intervention and enforcement. So I'll stop there. I would put out, Jane, if it's okay with you, and CAC can take this up. But my concept was that we would put this on under matters. We have two relatively shorter meetings coming up, our next two meetings, until we get to the CU South hearing. And so I thought it might be worth a half-hour conversation where we heard from Jane, maybe hear from the police chief, maybe from Parks, and then digest that and give them whatever feedback we have. So council thoughts? Rachel, you got your hand up.
Yeah, thanks for bringing this up, Sam. So obviously the pictures on the creek today were egregious, but I think it's more like, at least for me, the straw that broke the camel's back. I think that we've been pretty lax in a lot of areas. And, you know, if we really believe that people congregating is unsafe, we're going to have to do something different. And I understand that they were receiving tickets for marijuana and alcohol use, but the real problem is that they're putting lives in danger because they're staying close together and not wearing masks. And so I have not been in favor of aggressive enforcement because I'm not like super law and order, but I think that these are not ordinary times. So I hope that we will have a a robust discussion of things that we can do that will actually help us have compliance in the summer going forward, on the Hill, on trails, at Walgreens, at Ebony Fine. Like, I don't think just thinking about shutting down the park is a solution. I think that it's people are taking advantage of us as a city, and they're really putting us at increased risk, and especially for vulnerable people. That's upsetting to me. Thanks.
Thank you, Rachel. Bob, and then Mark. Bob.
Yeah, my comment's directed to Jane. First of all, I'm happy to have a discussion next week. I hope that discussion, however, is more of a report than a seeking of advice. And so what I would like to say to Jane, and I hope council agrees with me, is the police chief, the director of parks, the director of open space, any of your staff who feel they need to take action immediately should not wait until next Tuesday to get direction from council. If the chief thinks something needs to happen, then she should make that happen, and she doesn't have to check in with us. You can send us an IP if you want us, or an email if you want to alert us. But we don't direct staff, and I think it's very important that staff be allowed to do their jobs as they see fit. And if your parks director wants to close a park, then she should close a park. And if your open space director wants to close some trails because of problems, they should close trails. And the chief should enforce the law as she sees fit. So I'm happy to receive a report from them next week, but I hope that they don't wait for direction from us. I hope they act as you and they see fit.
They have absolutely no intention of waiting for direction.
Okay, great. Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Jane, for that. So I've got Mark and then Aaron. Mark.
Jane, I'm very pleased to hear what you just said. I urge you to take whatever actions are appropriate. And, we've spent a lot of time and care in the county and in the city trying to balance the needs for protective actions with people's freedoms and ability to enjoy themselves. What we saw at Ebony Fine Park is so out of line and so egregious that it really makes a mockery of the entire structure that we've tried to set up in balancing those interests. And I think the time has come to actually do something. We've talked about education, but perhaps not everybody is educable on this subject. So I think it's time that we acted.
Thank you, Mark. Aaron?
I was just going to echo what Bob said. So Jane, I was glad to hear what you said. So I look forward to the report next week. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, everyone. So I think I'm just going to take this as direction to go to CAC. And at CAC, we will take this up, schedule whatever we think is appropriate. And I agree that it could be mostly a report and feedback from council around what we've seen and heard, and what occurs over the next week. But for sure, we'd want to start with a report where we hear from staff about how things are going, what steps have been taken, what was effective or not. So does anyone object to taking this subject to CAC and getting something scheduled? Okay, good. Seeing no objections, I'm going to say that we will bring that to CAC. Any other feedback, any other thoughts? We've got Adam, and then I'd turn to staff as well to hear if there's any closing thoughts. Adam?
Yeah, is this about anything, or are we still on that issue?
No, I think we're done with that issue. This is just the debrief, the meeting debrief, okay, and any other subjects.
Perfect. This is where I need to be then. So I was going to request from CAC a very short 10 to 15 minute overview of the timing of the ballot initiatives, because I've seen some back and forth between Tom and some of the ballot initiatives, and I want to make sure that council is very clear on what the timing could mean potentially for us as a city and us as a council, and any legal action that might be taken there. So that Great. I would request that for next meeting.
Great. And Rachel, is your comment on this subject? If not, I want a colloquy.
Go ahead and colloquy.
Okay. So Adam, I agree with that entirely. I was going to bring up something along those lines. Next week, we will be hearing from the Charter Committee. And so I think that's an appropriate time to do two things: to check in with Tom, and Tom can give us his interpretation of the difference between the state and the charter, the state rules and the charter rules. So I think we want to hear that. But I also think to the extent that Charter Committee can take a look at this, and next week we can talk more about it, but to take a look at whether there's a conflict, and if there is, how we can resolve it or add certainty to it. I think that would require a charter change. So Tom, maybe you just have that teed up. We can talk about it at CEC, and then next week at the Charter Committee section of the meeting, I think we have an hour set aside currently. We want to, I think, talk about this too. So Adam, you raise a good point. And so both for this election cycle and for future ones, we should touch on that.
And so Sam, the CAC scheduled an update on the effect of the governor's order on our petitioning system. And I was the memo I'm writing will include an explanation for how things work and the timing and the supposed conflict that one resident of the community keeps raising.
Okay, great. Well, I just think we need to run that to ground if that's okay, both so that all of council understands it, and if there's any action to be taken, we figure it out. So, and then Rachel?
Yeah, it's good that Tom's right there. I was just going to flag that the Charter Committee will be coming next week, and we added, per Tom's suggestion, looking at a putting on the ballot consideration of adding emergency authorization or emergency powers for City Council in the event of a declared emergency. So, Tom, I thought maybe you could, since nobody else on council outside the Charter Committee has been made aware of that, I think maybe just send a memo on that to the rest of council so that they can consider it before next meeting.
It'll be in the memo. Kathy drafted something, so it'll be in the memo that council gets for the meeting. Thanks. The idea is that we're running up against some things right now that you might want to change, such as the number of signatures or the deadlines, but you don't have any emergency authority to change the charter. So we're going to propose your consideration of a ballot measure that would give future councils that right in declared emergency.
Okay, very good. Thank you for all of that. Anything else? If not, I'm going to say the meeting is a little later than I think all of us like them to be, but we knew that at CAC that this was going to be a big meaty one. So thank you all for your attention and your stamina. And so the meeting is adjourned at 11:12. Everyone have a good night.
Night.
Thanks, Tim.
Night.
Good night.
Live from Paris en France 24.